Order at 3 o'clock on June 7 for budget hearings, discussions. I'll turn it over to, let's get a roll call first.
Mayor Pro Tem Ham.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Broadway.
Here.
Councilmember Polak.
Present.
Councilmember Matthews.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum, so I'll turn it over to the manager, Mr. Simon.
Yes, sir. If you could get the agenda adopted, I would like to add the partnership participation and application for water and wastewater viable utility reserve study grant.
Any other additions, deletions, or changes? If not, make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Make a motion to adopt the agenda with necessary recommendations. Second.
Motion's been made and second to approve the agenda. All in favor, raise your hand, please. Okay.
Okay, so to start the budget work session, sir, we have a financial presentation by Mr. Ted Cole from the Davenport Company.
All right, good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Hope you all are well. Appreciate being here. All of you should have a hard copy in front of you of the material that we're going to talk through. There are page numbers in the lower right corner. I don't know whether it will be on a screen or not, but you have exactly what I have in front of you. Just a little bit of background. Davenport has served as financial advisor to the city for a number of years. Largely, our work has circulated or centered around capital planning, CIP, capital improvement plan, organization, debt financings, things of that nature, and assisting with other finance-related matters here and there. I know you all are, in the midst of your FY22 budget discussions and adoption. What we have to present this afternoon, not looking for any action, just informational. The thought process that we've had with your staff is that as we go towards the end of the summer, into the fall, that we may revisit capital planning again with hopefully another audit that's been available, FY20. I know staff's working very hard on that. That will be very helpful to us as we start talking about financial projections, out multi-year projections for the general fund and or utility fund. So that's just a little bit of background. I'm going to start on page 1, and I'm going to talk about credit ratings and peer comparatives. If you look at the right-hand side of this chart, there are 3 national rating agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. And historically, the city has been rated by both Moody's and Standard & Poor's. You can see the gold box there, AA2 from Moody's, AA from S&P. The highest bond rating that any local government can achieve is AAA. You all are a couple notches below AAA in what we call the AA category. Moody's has a hash mark box around it because they did withdraw their rating due to lack of sufficient financial information, really tied to the audit delay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Am I missing your presentation here? I've got this folder here.
Yes.
I've got this.
Here.
There we go.
I'll just get.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Not a problem. I got a lot of stuff on my desk.
I'm on page 1. The page number's in the lower right corner.
Okay, I'm with you now.
So right-hand side, AA ratings for Moody's and S&P. Highest rating any local government can achieve is AAA. Moody's rating has a hash mark around it because they did withdraw their rating back in August due to a lack of financial information that was really tied to the delays in the audit. Going forward, if there is a need to reestablish that Moody's rating, that is an easy enough process. S&P's rating is still outstanding. When we talk about comparatives, we're not necessarily talking about your immediate neighbors or communities that have the same population size. We're going to talk, for today's purposes, about local governments, cities and towns. We purposely exclude counties that have similar bond ratings to you all. So as you're looking at the left-hand side of this page, nationally, across the country, cities and towns, Moody's rates about 172 cities and towns as AAA, highest rating you can achieve. About 850 cities and towns that are AA, that's the rating category where Goldsboro had been, and about 340 single A. And then within North Carolina, you can see there are 12 cities and towns that have AAA ratings. There are 19 cities and towns that have AA ratings. Goldsboro would be in that batch, that mix or that group, and 2 that have a single A rating. There are many cities and towns that are not rated, even counties that are not rated, just because they might never have needed to have a rating. So not having a rating does not demonstrate a weak credit. It just means you might not needed to have established a rating. But again, historically and with S&P today, you all are in that AA rating. Okay? A little bit about how the rating agencies go about rating local governments on page 2. And we're talking about this because historically when you all have looked to borrow money for capital projects, you've looked at a few different sources. Bank funding, that's usually on the shorter end, 5, 10-year amortizations. No rating is required to do that. On utilities, there's a lot of state programs, revolving loans, and things of that nature that you apply for. No rating is needed for that. But when you're issuing general obligation bonds that were voted by the citizens or other long-term debt, oftentimes we'll go to the bond market for that, and a rating is required to do that. So that's why we're talking about the ratings. I'm going to just talk about Moody's in the upper left, their approach to rating local governments. They basically have identified 4 major areas of focus. The economy and tax base is worth 30% of their rating. So they're looking at things like your total tax base per capita, certain wealth levels, economic activity. That's worth 30% of the rating. Finances are worth 30% of the rating. So we're talking about your annual financial results, revenues versus expenditures. Are you generating surpluses? Are you in a deficit mode? What kind of reserves have you accumulated? So finances are worth 30%. Management is worth 20%. That's about policies, procedures, how you go about your budgeting process, how you go about your capital improvement plan, things of that nature. And then finally, debt and pensions are worth 20% of the rating. So when you kind of look at those 4 basic areas, it will become clear that some of these you have some short-term control over. Budget to budget, you can make decisions about your revenues and expenses and growing reserves or using reserves. You can talk about your planning process, issuing debt or not issuing the debt. And some of these are also long-term credit factors. The economy and the tax base is one that's very difficult to control in the short term. Growing tax base in a meaningful way in any one year is very difficult to control. Wealth levels are difficult to control in the short term. Job creation is difficult to control in the short term. So just a little bit of a takeaway about how they look at local governments. Debt is not the only thing. Oftentimes people associate your debt level with your bond rating. It is certainly part of it, but it is not the key driver, or it's only one of 4 key drivers. I'm not going to go through the S&P methodology in the bottom right, but they get to much the same place. Few more credit factors, but they add up. Economy is still about 30% of the rating. Liquidity and finance is 30% of the rating. Debt and management is the balance. Okay? So let's go to page 3. This is Goldsboro specific. Let's start in the upper left chart. We've got 5 fiscal years covered here, straight from the audit, fiscal years 15 through 19. That's the most recent audit. The gold line are your operating revenues in the general fund. This is just general fund, no utility fund, no water sewer, just general fund. So the gold line are your operating revenues year over year in the general fund. And you can see they were sort of level from 15 to 16, they had a nice step up or a step up going to 17. They've been flat to modestly down through 19, revenues. Expenditures, we've broken it down into two basic categories. I'm going to start with the light green, which is your debt service, okay? Just on the tax-supported debt, not the utility debt. And when I say tax-supported debt, I'm talking about things like streets, parks and rec, public safety, equipment, Paramount Theater, W.A. Foster, Country Club, streets and sidewalks, streetscape and equipment, that kind of debt. And you can see that that light green part of the bar has gotten a little bit bigger since 2015. The city has been addressing capital needs and doing so with some debt, and so the debt service that the general fund has been servicing has grown over this period of time. You'll see that a little bit more clearly in a moment. The dark green part of the bar is your operating budget. So it's net of debt service and capital. It's things like salaries, benefits, utilities, just sort of the day in and day out operating expenses associated with a local government. And you can also see over time, over this 5-year period, that dark green part of the bar has grown. The takeaway on the general fund is that you've evolved from having a surplus position in the general fund to one that is much tighter and even working towards a little bit of a deficit now more recently, right? So revenues versus expenditures, including debt service, we've gone from having positive surpluses to some slight deficits. I know everybody is going to be interested to see how 2020 results were, 2021, which we're about to wrap up. And that's why I mentioned earlier, I think the expectation would be as those audits become available, we'll be in a position to come back and revisit this and have a discussion about a forward, multi-year forward look, particularly as it relates to your operating and capital, okay? So that's the revenues versus expenditures. If you look in the bottom left chart, what we're tracking here is fund balance. Fund balance, there are a number of different categories to fund balance that is driven by accounting practices. As you look at any of these bars in the bottom left chart, the dark green is the unassigned fund balance. That is the portion of fund balance that you all have the most discretion over. It has the least amount of restrictions on it. As you go up in the bar, you see these different colors, right? You get to assigned fund balance, committed fund balance, restricted fund balance. Those are all accounting designations for your reserves that are defined by specific accounting principles, and as you go up the bar in categories, those dollars have greater and greater restrictions on them. You have less and less discretion over how those dollars are spent. And you can see over this 5-year period how the different categories of fund balance have evolved. And a couple key takeaways that we see: in total, the fund balance from 15 to 19 has declined, right? So the sum of the total bars year over year, as we go from left to right, has been coming down. And more recently, that dark green portion of the fund balance, that unassigned component, the one that has the least amount of restrictions and you will have the most discretion over, that has also come down. As I said, there are accounting rules that drive that, right? Your auditors come in and work with your finance staff, review the financial transactions, and the audit is prepared and presented, and this is where the fund balance gets allocated to these different groups. Over time, we expect there could be some improvement in the unassigned fund balance as some dollars might flow back from things like FEMA-related expenses and some other one-time events. That is not necessarily going to replenish that unassigned fund balance back to where it had been the last couple of years, but that may be helpful. I think what we're looking for is another year of the audit in 20, see how 2021 ends. But this is an area that the LGC, Local Government Commission in Raleigh, which is a Department of the State Treasurer, pays a lot of attention to, and particularly for more coastal communities or communities that are close to the coast that are more susceptible to natural events. They look at this very carefully because it is the source of funding for you all to handle, natural events, natural disasters. It's also a source of funding that will allow you all to consider doing something for an economic development opportunity, perhaps. There's an opportunity to purchase property or do something like that for an economic development. So it really is that pot of money that gives you not only your cash flow, checks are being written and money's coming in just like at home. You need a certain amount of money just to float month in and month out. But that unassigned fund balance is also what insulates you from the unexpected events that are negative, and it's also the pot of money that allows you to take advantage of some opportunities. So there will be continued interest in the fund balance trend for Goldsboro, not only here locally, but at the Local Government Commission. And we very much want to get back to what we have been seeing, which was sort of that operational structural balance where you're adding, your revenues are greater than expenditures, you're able to add to fund balance and grow that unassigned fund balance back to closer to where it's been historically. Any questions on that page? Okay. A little bit more on fund balance on page 4. The city does have a policy for fund balance. It was adopted by City Council back when it was established, and I think it is discussed along the way year in and year out and sort of institutionalized in your system. The policy is restated here at the top of page 4. Essentially what it says is that unassigned fund balance component, that green bar on the prior page, we would like that to be at least 10% of our budget, but we'd like it to be closer to 15% or above. And when you look at these charts in the middle of the page, the red line is 10%, the gold line is 15%. So that's kind of your bottom minimum 10%, the target is 15%, and you want to look at that dark green line. That's the unassigned fund balance. And either way, on the left or on the right, we're comparing it as a percent of expenditures or revenues. Either way, historically you've been in compliance with that policy through fiscal year 18. It was very close in 18, right? It was right at 15%. And in 19, like we saw on the prior page, that unassigned fund balance came down, and that puts you just out of compliance with that policy, right? And our policy does recognize that we may be out of compliance from time to time for some reason or another, and it allows that, should that be the case, that council will take action to try to restore that fund balance over call it a 36-month period. So understanding it's not something that happens overnight, it's also unlikely that it's something that can be corrected or reversed overnight, and there's got to be time to do this. And it's essentially 3 budget cycles that have been recognized as an opportunity to restore fund balance. So as you're going through your budget, you've got a lot to deal with on the operating side, obviously, expenditures and revenue, and you've got things to deal with on the capital side. But another important part of the budget outcome will be how can you move that fund balance back to a higher level Not necessarily only in FY '22, it might take a couple of years, but that would be the goal, is to begin to move that trend back to that dark green line being above the gold line. Okay, back in compliance with that policy. The LGC wants to see it move in that direction. That will be important if the city wants to consider any capital projects in the future, right? I mean, the Local Government Commission in Raleigh, remember, is made up of two groups. One that is called the fiscal management side, and they kind of deal with everything related to budgets and audits. And the other side of the LGC is the debt management side, and they approve most every piece of debt. Not every piece, but most every piece of long-term debt that local governments do. And they use that opportunity where you might come before them with a capital project that you want to do that might require debt. They use that opportunity to make sure that your other financial trends are in order. And so this will be an important area of focus going forward, to the extent that there are capital projects that need to be funded. I'll talk off of page 5, and I'd like to talk off the right-hand side just to keep it simple, because I've been talking a lot about unassigned fund balance, right? That's just a piece of your total fund balance, but it's a very important piece. So what we've done in that top right chart, forget about the middle and the left. The top right chart is you're in gold. City of Goldsboro is in gold. That is your unassigned fund balance measured in dollars. All right, and if you remember, in fiscal 19, that was a little over $3 million unassigned fund balance. So that's your gold bar, $3 million. The lighter green bars are the cities and towns nationally that are rated AAA, AA, or single A. And then the dark green are the North Carolina cities and towns that are rated AAA, AA, and single A. So you can begin to kind of see how you compare to those other rated communities. And remember, there's a lot of communities in North Carolina that don't have a rating, so they're not getting captured here. But this is, because it's derived from the rating agency's information, it is a uniform place to source this data from other local governments that are considered to be on the same relative level as you all on ratings, particularly the AA. So you can see whether we're looking at national or within North Carolina, in dollars, we are below the median. We may not be the absolute lowest, but we are below the median, and that gives us another data point or reference point to know that this is an area where we might want to see some improvement. Because remember, in that whole rating category, finances was about 30% of the rating. The very bottom chart, rather than looking at it in dollars, is looking at it as a percent of your budget. So this kind of helps account for larger and smaller jurisdictions. It's measuring the unassigned fund balance as a percent of your general fund revenues, and you'll see the outcome is much the same. You're below the median. You would like that gold bar to be further out towards the right. That's the goal, and this is just sort of another approach to measuring that, seeing how we compare relative strengths and weaknesses, and we kind of walk away with the same conclusion that we'd like to see that improve. All right, so that's all on fund balance. Yes,
Question, just for a point of clarity. So we're saying that Goldsboro is about 25 million below Holly Springs in that regard, and by that chart? Because it looks like it's putting us out a whole lot behind Holly Springs, Hickory, small towns like that. Is that correct? Because we're going by the AA.
Oh, you're going by the
The
AA.
AA in comparison to what you're showing, where we are in the gold versus the North Carolina AA.
That's right.
So we're
That
far
is,
behind?
that's the median. That you're behind
25 million, almost. Well, 23 million.
approximately. That's right. Yes, sir.
Wow.
Percent. The bottom right is a percent.
Right.
So that AA median is about 30%, and you all are right around 10%. So you're about 20% below the median. Now, keep in mind, within that North Carolina AA, There's one locality that has unassigned reserves that's 100% of their budget. There's also one that is 10.6% of their budget. So it's a wide range. There are low and high within that universe. The bar we're showing you is the median, it's the midpoint. And it's when you think about that rating approach, finances and reserves are 30% of the rating.
Right.
You may find there are places that have very strong economies and other things that are working in their favor. They might be a little bit weaker on the reserve side, but they have some strengths that they're working with as well. And so that's the balance you have when you look at this. In absolute terms, we're on the lower end of this universe. It may not be as detrimental if you had a very strong economy, very high wealth levels. This might be less of an impact to your rating. I think in this case, this is an area that you could control. You could move towards a higher level of reserves over time. And I think if you can exercise that control, that will be a benefit because it's more difficult to control your economy, job creation, things like that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay? All right, so I'm going to transition over to debt. Beginning on page 3, I'm just watching my time. I need to pick up the pace a little bit. Page 6, you're not going to be able to see it on the screen, but hopefully those of you that have the book, in that upper left corner, this is your debt service in the general fund, not utility. It's principal and interest, and you can see it, the chart goes back to 2011, right? You see that? And you can see in 2011, your annual payment was a little over $2 million, and it has evolved through 2020 up to about $5 million a year. So the city has been issuing debt, addressing capital needs, but your annual debt service has become a greater and greater payment every year, a bigger part of your budget, right? It kind of makes sense when you're issuing debt at that pace. The debt service kind of peaks out in 2021, and then it's going to start to decline. So there are opportunities going forward with this decline in your annual payment for you all to take advantage of that. And you can take advantage of that in a number of ways. You could, as your annual debt service payments are stepping down, you could use that to help afford a new project. You could use that to help build reserves or roll it into some other part of your budget. That's going to be a management discussion between your senior management and yourselves, budget by budget. When you look at the right-hand side of this page, you'll see every fiscal year what the principal and interest payments are. And you'll see in fiscal 21, the year we're ending up, it was a little over $5 million. See that? It's stepping down every year from there. And the question will become, what do we do with that reduction in the payment? Do we save it and use it to help fund the next project? Or as I said, do we use it to maybe help build reserves back to a higher level where they've been historically, or some other part of our budget, or some combination of all of those things? But there's an opportunity there over the next 3 or 4 years where that decline in your annual debt service payment can really help in some of these areas. All in, you've got about $32 million of tax-supported debt outstanding, as I said earlier, issued over the years for equipment, streets, City Hall, Paramount Theater, W.A. Foster, multi-sports, streetscape, fire, police, any number of purposes. And this is all rolled up into one single schedule. You'll see everything right now pays off by 2039. And you can see under the principal schedule that you're amortizing $3 to $4 million a year every year of principal, right? That far right column is called 10-year payout ratio. What that is measuring is in the next 10 years, how much of this debt will have been retired. Higher is better. Means you're amortizing the debt quickly, and you are. 10 years from now, almost 80% of this debt will have been repaid. And you can kind of see that graphically because there's that steep decline in those dark green bars. So that's a plus. While you've been issuing debt over the last several years for capital projects, you've been doing it in a very responsible way, not backloading it, not doing really long-term debt, shorter-term debt that's maturing quickly, and that's going to be a benefit to you over the next several years. Page 7, what we're getting into, and this is the last section, we're getting into 3 key debt ratios. And you also have policies for these. You are in compliance with all of your debt policies, so there is no problem there. And you even have capacity within these debt policies to issue more debt. And this is an important distinction. We talk about debt capacity and debt affordability. The city of Goldsboro, our key takeaway on this is that you have debt capacity. It is reasonable that you all might want to talk about issuing debt for some project, whatever it might be. But that does not mean it's affordable. How do we pay for it? So when we look at your debt profile, whether it's this page 7, which is your 10-year payout ratio, that's measuring how quickly you pay your debt back. If you flip to page 8, it's measuring your debt burden as a percent of your tax base. We are below our policy of 2.5%. We're at about a little over 1% there. Lower is better. So within our policy, we got a little room that we could take on additional debt. Even when we compare to some of our peers, while we might be a little bit on the high side on some of our debt ratios, we're not a real outlier. And then you can see that as well on page 9, which is measuring our annual payment as a percent of our annual budget. You're at about 11%. Your policy says not to exceed 15%. All 3 of these pages leave us with the same basic takeaways, and this is kind of where I'll wrap it up. You've got good debt policies. You're in compliance with all of those debt policies. And as I said a moment ago, you have capacity. You have the ability to demonstrate that if you needed to go out and borrow, hypothetically, $10 million for something, I'm of the opinion that you have the capacity to do that. Your debt profile would not be weakened by doing that. But I think where the real discussion needs to be is how do we pay for it? Where do the revenues come from to service that debt? And that's the debt affordability. And it's oftentimes the real tough question for local governments in North Carolina. The capacity is less of an issue, it's the affordability. And you compound that with some of the more recent trends in operating, some of those deficits, using reserves. All of those things are going to come together in your multi-year budgeting and planning work, starting with this FY22 budget. And again, with the Local Government Commission, this is where, should there be a need for you all to do something that would require debt, they will be in a position to kind of compel you to be working towards this. And so our hope would be that through this budget that you're considering adopting, seeing what happens with fiscal 20 and 21, that we're sort of moving in that direction to restore that structural balance to your operating budget, start to build reserves back, and at that point I think you'll be in a position to better afford new debt in the future. Again, the capacity is less of an issue. Okay. Any questions on that?
That's a lot of information to take in.
I know it is.
But I think you've made some very key points here, takeaway points that we need to remember as we go forward in both this budget and looking at out year requirements or needs or desires for the city, if it will.
Right.
I think that bottom one is the one we need to keep it focused on, is the desires.
Yeah, the must-haves as opposed to the want-to-haves. That's an issue that most every local government deals with, is the needs or the wants outstrip the capacity or the affordability. But I know your staff is very focused on this and will be going into the fall. I think we had discussed coming back with another audit under our belts to revisit these topics.
I have a question. Would another audit support this so that we could get good projections if in fact, both ways, whether we spend less or if we needed to spend more. Right now, we don't have enough for really good projections.
Yeah, and I may defer to Catherine, I know she's coming up behind me, but I think the answer is another audit obviously is going to be very helpful. And then I think we're at a mode with FY '21 where we've got a better handle internally on unaudited results. So getting this next 2020 audit, I think, will be critical. And then I think even into next fall, the plan is to be that much more timely with the '21 audit than you have been in the last couple of years. But I think also some internal financial projections or maybe a little higher level of confidence in those.
I guess that's what I'm saying as a former banker. I want to see some more projections before we do anything drastic.
Right, understand. And I think at this point, if anything were to require debt, the LGC is kind of going to push you in that direction. They have that ability to put a project on hold, or at least the debt issuance on hold until they're satisfied.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank
You
you.
had better news.
I hope to bring back better news. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Now, sometimes tough news is good news.
Well, I hope it's helpful information, and we will come back when we have some additional updates to share.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Ready to move on to the FY '21-22 budget presentation, sir?
Sure.
Are you ready to move on to the budget
Yes,
presentation? Yeah, I'd like to thank Ted and Davenport Associates. I thought it was important to get them in front of you here today to give you a little better perspective on our financial situation. It's my pleasure to present and work with the finance director and other department directors to present the FY '21-22 recommended budget. I want to thank you, council, for your consideration of this proposed budget and your leadership in providing direction and any changes you think are appropriate and ultimately providing effective, efficient, and safe public services. As the city of Goldsboro, the state of North Carolina, and the United States begin to recover from the coronavirus, we must understand the fiscal state of the city government and determine the best ways to utilize available funding from local government revenue, state programs, and federal relief acts. The city's financial status has been presented by Mr. John Franks, of Dixon Hughes and Goodman, during his review of the audit, Mr. Ted Cole from Davenport Consultants, Ms. Catherine Gwynn during the council retreat and other council meetings. Given our relatively low fund balances, the North Carolina Local Government Commission has asked the mayor and council to provide plans to increase the general fund balance to cash flow operations during periods of declining revenues, such as the COVID state of emergency. Pay for emergencies, such as hurricanes or fuel shortages, or invest in opportunities, such as the downtown streetscape, Maxwell Center, and Bryan Multi-Sport Complex. This proposed budget begins to address the LGC concerns by conservatively estimating city government revenue, using a portion of the American Rescue Plan funds made available to the city, 1.7 million of the 8.8 million, for the provision of services to the extent of the reduction in revenue or lack of growth at 4.1% annually as defined in the ARP interim final rule. The other 2.7 million available this FY will be put in a special revenue fund to make necessary investments in raising water and sewer as council otherwise determines. Taking a loan for essential vehicles of 1.8 million, raising property tax rates 3 cents or $750,000 a year to increase general fund balance, and raising utility water and wastewater rates by 15% to $1.8 million to fund replacement of equipment beyond service life limits and a study to determine utility capital improvement requirements. Altogether, these revenues add up to $68.2 million budget, which is an increase of 6.8% over last year, to provide current services, pay for debt, begin adding to the available unassigned fund balance to exceed the current council sick goal of 15%, and pay for utility system infrastructure replacements. During the preparation of the recommended budget, directors and department heads requested over $89 million, another $20 million for personnel operations and capital improvements. Given funding constraints and increased costs for employee benefits, fuel, and replacement of the most necessary and affordable equipment, funding for operations, travel, and training were cut back to levels between last year during the COVID state of emergency and pre-COVID expenditures. Items not funded in this budget include a new Herman Park Center, the Goldsboro Fire Department Station 3, Goldsboro Fire Department apparatus, a ladder and engine fire trucks, road work, equipment, and vehicle replacement, 4% of personnel positions, and pay raises. While I would have liked to include employee pay increases for cost of living, performance, and bonuses, I think it is difficult to ask taxpayers, many of whom suffered significant financial hardship during the COVID state of emergency, for an additional tax increase to do so. The U.S. Treasury interim final rule guidance to implement the ARP states that as of April 2021, there were 8.2 million or 5% fewer jobs than there were before the pandemic. From February to May of 2020, state, local, and tribal governments reduced their workforces by more than 1.5 million jobs, and in April of 2021, remained nearly 1.3 million jobs below the pre-pandemic levels to reduce expenditures due to revenue concerns. While the city has not cut jobs, we have delayed or not hired new employees when employees retired or resigned in a concerted effort to preserve fund balance while funding operations. There are over 40 approved positions that remain vacant today. Should council wish to consider increasing funding for additional employee pay, a 1% tax increase, or roughly $250,000, not a 1%, but a 1 cent tax increase, is nearly equivalent to a 1% pay increase for full-time and permanent part-time employees, roughly $270,000. I will now turn the presentation over to the Finance Director, Ms. Catherine Gwynn, for review budget details. After that, we can discuss some of these proposals and determine where council wants to go. Thank you.
Excuse me, Catherine, just a second. The information that you just read or stated is separate and apart from your introduction in the proposed budget. Is that correct? I mean, there's some parts of it that are...
Yes, there are some similar, but there are some additional facts I wanted to include up front for you to consider.
I was trying to match them up, but...
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council.
Afternoon.
Thank you for having us here today. So we're here today to present the FY22 Manager's Recommended Budget. The Council creates local laws, ordinances, and they set policy. The budget is, in my opinion, the most important decision that is made by Council to set fiscal law and policy, and it's not taken lightly. I mean, this is a very serious job for y'all. Y'all take it very seriously, and we appreciate that consideration. I want to say thank you to all the department heads and the staff, and all the finance staff that have dedicated hundreds of hours to getting this document produced that sits before you today. I thank you, Council, for your time and your consideration. For us as staff, and for you as well, we had a lot of painful decisions. You will have a lot of painful decisions to make, and we don't take that lightly. We had a lot of needs that outpaced the revenues, so a lot of hard decisions had to be made. Today I'm going to present you an overview of the budget, a look at fund balance. We're going to discuss some revenues, debt. We're going to talk about positions and benefits, department requests, and capital outlays. We'll wrap up at the end with the next steps, and then I'll turn it back over to the manager for his final comments. And Mayor Pro Tem, if this is a long presentation, if at any point you need me to stop so we can take a break, just please interrupt me and we'll go on because it is lengthy. So our first slide basically gives us an overview of the FY22 budget in comparison with the FY21 adopted. The FY21 adopted was at $63.9 million. The FY22 recommended is at $68.2 million, and this is for all funds, all operating funds. So your general fund, utility fund, stormwater, occupancy tax, and the downtown municipal service district. Within this $68.2 million, you have a 3-cent property tax increase proposed for the general fund. The municipal service district tax remains the same. Also within this number, you have a proposed 15% water and sewer rate increase as well. If you just a quick comparison, when you look at the green area, which is the general fund, it's about $42.4 million in the prior year, and it's $45.2 million, but the percentage-wise, it still remains about 66%. And you'll see that between all the funds that they roughly are about the same proportionality, even though the budget is about $5 million more in that. Next slide. This summary provides you an overview of the expenses by category, and we broke them out with the most significant on top. Salary and benefits across all funds, it's roughly about $32 million, as you see on the first line. That represents about 47% of our $68.2 million budget. Operational costs run about $17 million, that's about 25%. Debt service is about $9 million, and that's about 14%. Capital outlay is 6%, and transfers and shared services run in at about $5.1 million, which is about 8%. I omitted the capital reserve fund. It only has $1,000, and it took up more room. So that's why if you are looking to match totals, it's off a little bit because of that. And I put down there, again, that this budget includes a 3-cent property tax increase. It was a 0.32% growth in our property tax, our assessed value. So we gained about $6.4 million in our assessed value. Our total assessed value is $2.6 billion. So as you can see, it was a very modest amount of growth that's in there. But I did include it, and those figures come from our tax assessor. So next slide, please. So then, on the previous slide, you had kind of a bird's eye view of the types of expense, and as I said, the operational costs were about $17 million. This slide breaks down the largest categories, and it goes in order on the far right column with the total, so it's the highest, the most that we spend, down to the lowest. And so in the category of maintenance, we spend about 15% of that $17.2 million across all funds to provide maintenance, various types of maintenance activities across the city. The next is contract services, comes in at about $2.4 million. That's about 14% of the budget. These things cover categories like accounting, legal, consultant, the health nurse, EAP, outside repairs, railroad signals, bridge inspections, dredging, river intake maintenance, contract services, so that would be like the sports activities that Felicia conducts. You have umpires, you have activities like DJs and things of that nature. We have cleaning, temporary labor to help clean up the trash on the streets, codifying the ordinances, tax collection fees, our generator contract, our heat and cooling contract, water, compost, and wastewater analysis. So all of those things kind of encompass what we would call contract services, and that's that $2.4 million. So electricity, telephone, and gas, it's not in there, but it's kind of like our utilities, takes up about $2.2 million of our budget. It's about 13% of that $17 million. You have supplies, chemicals, things of that nature. Between those two, that's about another 15% of the budget. We identified other items, as I said, down there, like software fees, fleet maintenance, insurance, and this is non-health related insurance. This would be like your auto, property, your errors and omissions, your public officials, things like that. Landfill and recycling fees, fuel costs, agencies, so that's like our agency support. So those are things that we contract with nonprofits to provide services to our citizens. And we'll talk about that more in depth later in the presentation. Advertising, rent, and then kind of the other category, the very bottom, before the total, it totals out to about $3.2 million, which is about 19% of that $17 million total. There are other costs, and we just try to keep the slide short and sweet. So really, with all the costs that we've identified, we've really isolated about 81% of how we spend that $17 million in operating expenses.
Catherine,
Yes, sir.
just to go back over the top four items, percentage-wise, I had 15, 14, 13, and 15%. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And I will say that supplies and chemicals, I added those together. So supplies is 8% and chemicals is 7%.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide. So you've already had a discussion about fund balance, and we're going to touch on it a little bit here. And so, you know, kind of keep it in perspective that when Ted was here, he was talking about a perspective through the 19 audit. So that's historical. I'm kind of looking at it from a standpoint of 20, 21, and where are we going in 22. I have a little error in my slide, and I said in the first sentence, general fund and the occupancy tax fund, and I just didn't catch it. The only fund balance we are talking about appropriating is in the occupancy tax fund, so I should have struck that out of my slide, and I apologize for that. So what I do is I'm looking, and remember, there's lots of different fund balances. So I have to take mine from a modified accrual standpoint, and I look at what's my balance in just fund balance, okay? So please try not, I don't want to get in the weeds because it's way too confusing, but my numbers come straight out of our accounting system, and I'm looking at what my beginning balance is of fund balance, total fund balance, July 1 of 20, okay? So as it stands, our total is $7.4 million. And then the projected column, which is the second one, that shows an additional $2 million, which adds to fund balance. So where that comes from is I estimate revenues, and the department heads estimate their June 30. That's in your book. In the detailed book, you'll see that. So they tell me legitimately what they think they're going to spend, really spend, not just, oh, I got 1,000, I'm going to spend 1,000. They tell me what they really think they're going to spend. So when I parse those numbers together, and there's in your big book, there is a summary that goes by fund, and it's one pager. It says revenues and expenditures, and it goes by each fund. When you look in that June 30 column, a positive number means fund balance, we're expecting it to build. It's a negative number, we're expecting the fund balance to go down. So basically, if you think about like in a business situation, you know, red means you've spent more than you've taken in. Well, the only case, and we had this conversation at the retreat when we went over what we thought the results were going to be. We knew occupancy tax was going to go down because they got hit so hard by COVID. So what I want you to just kind of bear in mind is that these numbers are the June 30 estimates. The general fund, if we are able to take the debt for 20 and 21 that I had for capital outlay, which I'm hoping to bring to the next meeting, then we would have a $1.2 million surplus if everybody's estimates are on point or better, okay? So just remember, these are estimates. If we can't take the debt and we can't get it done until the first of the fiscal year, that means it's going to be reported in 22, then we're going to break even, so zero. In, out, it's a zero, okay, for the general fund. I fully expect that the stormwater, utility, and downtown district funds, they should be right on target with those projections that we have. I haven't been aware of any conversations that I've had with any of the department heads that leads me to think anything else, and I feel like my revenue numbers are pretty good. As I said, occupancy tax, that one's kind of a wild part at this point. So we're predicting a loss of about $178,000 in fund balance for them in 21. And then the next column, appropriations, talks about what we're gonna appropriate out of fund balance. And this is for that Musco lighting payment that we do for the Bryan Multi-Sports Complex. This would be the second year that we're taking that out, and I believe we have 1 or 1.5 years left on that payment, and that'll be paid out. And so the last column, the fourth column that says revised beginning balance, tells you what your fund balance would be if all these things are in place. So just keep in mind that the beginning balance includes our net operating results unaudited at the end of June 30th, 20, okay? So we did predict that we were going to use some fund balance, and I'll talk about that a little bit, I think, in one of my other slides. But we're going to hold steady, I believe. I don't think we're going to go below the available fund balance, because remember, that's another term, that's an LGC term. I don't think we're going to go below that 10% for 20, but again, we've got to get through the audited results, okay? So, and then I did want to mention, because we've talked a little bit about FEMA, there's about $640,000 that's left that's going to be booked into fiscal 20 and fiscal 21. I'm still processing closeouts. I've been reviewing those and been approving those, and we're trying to close out as many of these projects as we can, and we're getting close. These assumptions also include borrowing for rolling stock and equipment of $1.8 million, which is mentioned later in the slides. That'll occur in 22, and that's for 22 purchases, okay? So same year. We're anticipating getting that done all in 1 year. I wanted to mention that as far as appropriated fund balance for fiscal 21, the year we're in now, the total appropriation was about $450,000 to date. 434 of that came from purchase order rollovers that were in the prior fiscal year that rolled over into fiscal. So they went from fiscal 20 to fiscal 21. So that represents fund balance going down as well. But because we've been conservative and because we've held on hiring, we've held on spending, we've been able to kind of overcome that so you don't see that drop, because I'm telling you, I'm thinking we're going to have a $1.2 million surplus if we can borrow. So the other thing I just want to make sure you understand is June 30 estimates are subject to change. I do have a big final budget amendment for fiscal 21 that I will be presenting at the June 21st meeting. And I did mention about the Bryan Multi-Sports Complex lighting. Next slide, please.
Before you go to the next
sure.
slide, in the big, thick 600 page or whatever numbers it is here, the first thing that got my attention that I put a marker outside was the budget summary by fund. And I, as you said, saw that the general fund estimated balance would have a $1.2 million surplus there.
So, yes, sir.
Now, did I just understand you just a moment ago to say that some of that might be scheduled for carryover funding support?
So I have,
Because that's one of my questions, what are we going to do with that 1.2? But I know we're not talking about it now, but it's later on. But
it is, so it's kind of in my projections when I look at what do I think fund balance is going to be. That's going to help you build that fund balance back up again.
Right.
Okay, so we haven't projected on spending it because the money's been spent. So we bought the vehicles, and so it's not going to happen again. So we bought the vehicles, and now we're basically reimbursing ourselves. So then that's going to pump up that fund balance percentage some. Okay. All right, so this slide just tells you kind of the sections that we're going to go through here. So we'll go on to the graph of general fund revenues. It's on page 8. Okay. So the general fund budget in 20 was $42.4 million, and this year we're projecting $45.2 million, which is a $2.8 million increase. And so I know it's a little hard to see on the slide, but your tax revenues and your revenues from other agencies, those 2% added up is 76%. So 76% of a $45 million budget is made up of property tax revenues, and revenue from other agencies. I do want to point out revenue from other agencies would be your sales tax, your utility franchise tax, your ABC revenues. But the biggest part of this is the ARP, the federal grant from the, for the ARP is about 1.6 million of that number. So you see that, you know, how our budget functions for the general fund is greatly related to our property tax, and then from these outside estate revenue and some federal revenue is involved in that. That tax revenue number that I have there on that first line for the recommended 17.8 million includes the 3-cent property tax increase. And I'll repeat again, that was, we only had 0.32% growth of $6.4 million, and that is on a total assessed value of all property in the city limits of Goldsboro of $2.6 billion. And you will notice we did not have any fund balance withdrawal programmed again in this budget. Okay, next slide. And so the next two slides are going to talk to us about general fund revenues, and it's just a comparison to show the increase and the decrease. And we break it down for you again: taxes, licenses and permits. So that has to do with like the inspections department. Revenue, other agencies, primarily is your sales tax, but we also do, as I said, utility, PAL bill, which is your roads, your sidewalks and your roads, cable TV. We have the DOT, which that's one that planning manages for the MPO and the transportation. We have the signal reimbursement that's managed by the engineering department, and then we have the ARP funds. Charges for services encompasses things like your garbage and refuse service, parks and rec, golf, Paramount, the event center, planning. And I think the big takeaway here is to just see how close to zero those numbers are as far as change. We have really flat revenue growth, and it has been fairly consistent across, as Ted said. You know, our revenue's not growing. Of course, you've got other things that are pressing with cost of living, things of those natures, inflation that's pushing it up. So I guess the big takeaway that I want y'all to understand is when you look at that difference, that the revenue growth is very flat. Next slide. Your capital returns primarily, that's going to be your loan proceeds. And then we do, when the council authorizes the capital, we do require that the department surplus those items unless there is a specific need to keep that, so we don't keep replacing the same thing over and over again. Our investment returns have gone down drastically, but I'm quite sure all of y'all understand that because you look at your savings account and you see what your return is. Well, it's the same thing, just bigger numbers for the city. So where we thought the market was going to come back up, it did not. So the returns are down on that. Shared services, that is the reimbursement we get from the stormwater fund and the utility fund for providing management and other services. So that would be like the council, the manager, finance, human resources, things of that nature that get provided back to those funds. So that reimbursement comes back to the city. And then again, we have no fund balance withdrawal. And again, this total in the middle column, the recommended budget, shows you the 45.2 million of the revenue. So these two slides break down into more detail. Of course, if you want even more detail, you go to the big budget book and you can see it's like a 2 or 3 page summary. So, all right. And so we're going to talk a little bit about fund balance again. And then what I did on my slide that's a little bit different than Ted's is I used available fund balance as the percentage of the current year expenditures, which is the LGC statutory calculation. And that would be that number that you would see. You don't technically see it in the audit, but they publish that in their cash and taxes memo every year. And in the right-hand side with the table, the far column that says state average for units without electrical systems between a population of 10,000 and 49,000, that tells you what your comparative is for other units of government that fit within that. So we're not an electric municipality, and we're between the 10 and the 49. And you can see the average goes between 40 and 50%. We're at the last audit, we were at 11.34%. So we've had a trend, we've kind of been between 20% and now we're at 11. I'm ballparking the 12.51%. It has to do with the encumbrances. It is a long calculation, but there was an incorrect number in the encumbrances in 19 that made that number go down. So I know that that encumbrance number has turned itself over. We've paid the money out. And I think because of where we are this year, I do believe that that number is not going to go below the 11.34%, but it's still just an estimate. So I don't want to, panic you and say, oh, well, it's going to go down to 8%, because I just don't think it is based on that one error that I found that was in the audit. So, and really, we have not recommended using any fund balance in the general fund because of that drop below the 15% fund balance, the unassigned, okay, not available, but the unassigned that Ted talked about. And what we've done is we've had spending freezes, we've delayed in hiring. That's been done since about March. And we will continue this same practice until probably mid-year, probably the 1st of January. And it'll be things that are necessary, but we'll continue that practice so we can kind of see how our revenues are going to come in. Because you have to remember, sales tax is always 90 days behind. So we won't know, like from Christmas, we really won't know until the end of February how things went. So, we're still going to have those practices of being very conservative with the money to help preserve our fund balance so that we don't get in a situation where we've overspent. We haven't overspent the budget, but we've outpaced the money that we've collected. So we try to keep those level as we can, okay? Next page. And so this slide is one that you traditionally have had in your presentations talking about self-sufficiency in the general fund. The refuse and the golf course, they appear to be tracking where they are profitable. So that's really good. Paramount and the GEC have tracked not as well. And a lot of that really is due to the COVID-19. The other thing that affects this is that when I did the revenue estimation for 22, for all these line items, but very specifically for Paramount and GEC, it was really difficult for me to be able to justify to myself to increase those revenues beyond the COVID-19 of the year we're in, because I didn't know how it was going to come out. We don't have any trend data to let us know, when something like this happens, can you expect it to rebound 40%, 100%? So what may happen, what I hope is I've provided you information where the glass is, half full instead, or half empty, so I'm hoping that that number is an extreme number and that they will, because of the lifting of the restrictions and the vaccinations, that they actually will have a higher return and you won't see a $397,000 loss or an $87,000 loss, that the revenues will come in to offset that, okay? And also want to mention on the refuse side, we do have that $1 a month recycling surcharge, which has been a huge help to help keeping the refuse above pace and where we are exceeding where we're spending out. But now also remember, this is not debt service, is not included in this, okay? So that, they have a lot of debt because of the heavy equipment that they use. Next slide. All right, so just like we looked at the general fund revenues, this is a little deeper dive into the utility fund revenues. I think the biggest thing for you to look at is your first two line items, current water charges, current sewer charges. Those have the 15% rate increase included in those, which is why you are seeing the total where it says 1.808 million on the far right column increase. That's why charges for services is going up. It's got the 15% rate increase in there as well. And really, the total, we're looking at going from 18.4 million to 20.2 million in utility fund revenue. A lot of the others are such small numbers in relation to the utility fund. It's mainly in your water and sewer charges. Next slide. And so talking about that 15% rate increase. Okay, thank you. So what we're talking about is mainly, let's look at like the residential. So per 1,000 gallons on that first line item, the current is $3.37 per 1,000 gallons, and we're proposing that that go to $3.88. If you're outside the city limits, it goes from $6.76 to $7.77. For sewer, we're talking about going from $7.31 per 1,000 to $8.41. And then on outside city limits, going from $14.61 to $16.80. The others line items talk about industrial and wholesale applications. Okay, next slide. And so our counterparts that we work with, Stantec, that did our utility rate study, they helped put this slide together, and I appreciate that. And what they did is they looked at various units around us and did a comparison. If you look currently, Goldsboro is next to the last, is just above Rocky Mount. That's our current. And if you go up above Greenville Utilities, you'll see what the proposed FY22 will do. They average the cost excluding Goldsboro, and on that very last bottom line item, the average cost for water is $33.01 across all these units that were compared, and sewer was $49.64 for a total bill of $82.65. And so what that does is when you look at our water cost and you look at our sewer cost, we're a little higher on the water than the average, we're a little lower on the sewer. And then total overall, we're a little bit lower than the average of all of these units. And this is for an average consumption of 5,000 gallons. Next slide. And so they did a nice graph for us as well so we could see that. And you can see that next to the last, there's Goldsboro circled in the solid line next to Rocky Mount. And then go over past Greenville Utilities, you'll see the dotted line around Goldsboro. And you can see, again, we're kind of below that median of the 5,000 gallons as far as charges go in the units that were compared in our area. Next slide. And then Stantec also helped do this slide with the water and rate self-sufficiency. If we had no increase at all, the water fund would be in a deficit of $479,000 estimated. Sewer would be in a deficit of a little over $2 million. With the 15% increase between the two, they balance out. And basically, you all had this presentation in a little bit when we did the retreat, where they talked about needing that 15% rate increase, because if we don't, our reserves are going to be depleted by fiscal year 23. And we won't be able to cover our operating expenses and our debt service. We don't have a lot of capital outlay in the 22 budget. You know, the CIP that they discussed, we're talking about $229 million worth of needs in the next 10 years. It's a lot. We talked about the utility master plan. We talked about it last budget year. I know Mike mentioned it again in one of his presentations at the retreat. So we really need that. That is urgently needed. It is in the budget. The estimated cost is about $530,000, and it should be funded if the council thinks that these numbers and these CIP projects need confirmation, that you need to know that we need to spend $229 million. So that CIP that you're presented and at some point will adopt, we can make plans to execute that. And how are we going to do it, and how are we going to pay for it? Okay. Next slide. And then also in this budget is a proposed fee change for the wastewater treatment facility. The staff has examined the current charges and fees relating to wastewater treatment facility, and they found that some of the charges did not even cover the actual cost to perform the industrial monitoring service, the lab work, or the pollutant treatment. The staff conducted surveys with similar facilities in North Carolina to develop the proposed cost schedule that has been given here today. And, if the council, we don't hear any objection to it, then we would put that as part of our resolution for our rates and services as well. And then, if you, of course, have any questions, we'd be glad to answer those. Mike's staff, they did an analysis, and like the surcharges for 1 month, the difference in the fees would be about $15,000. And for the lab fees, 1 month was about $1,000 a month. So, we're not talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, but I didn't have time to get it into your big budget book, so I at least wanted to put this in front of you so that you could see what we were talking about. And I can't pronounce most of the words that are on these pages, I don't know. So Mike will have to address that one. Next slide. So in the Stormwater Utility Fund, we're not projecting any changes to the revenues or the rates that are charged. Flip to the next slide, please. Okay, all right. So we're talking about our debt now. You heard a lot from Ted in his presentation. So essentially in 21, we adopted and have executed $8.8 million in principal and interest debt payments on loans that the city's taken out across all its operating funds. In the coming year, we're expecting to execute roughly $3 million. That's at the top of your slide. And then below that, I did an explanation of changes just to tell you why is it different? Why is it $430,000 different from the prior year to the current year? The biggest part of that is going to be addition of some new debt. We have some rolling stock, as of course y'all are aware of that we're planning on financing. And then also some of these debt schedules, they have escalating principal clauses in them. So that escalating principal clause adds to, is that next to the last column, the $854,000. So we have to pay a little bit more on the debt service, which goes back to what Ted's talking about, that 10-year debt payoff. That's a good thing because it means you're paying your debt off quicker, but we do have some escalation clauses. And then the rest of it essentially is where we're paying down principal and interest. And so that's where you get the $430,000 increase in your debt service is because of those reasons. So, next slide. Okay, so the next two slides really break it's total together, and what I did was that we break this down by the types of debt. So general obligation debt means that you have pledged the taxing power of the city of Goldsboro to pay the debt, okay? And so some of that, we go out to market, which is where your bond rating comes into play. And the next section, we talk about state revolving loans, which it means most of those are federally backed, not all of them, but most of them are federally backed loans. They usually come through the Department of Environmental Quality, I think DEQ. I think that's proper terminology. They come through them, and then we have a list that has installment financing. So this is generally like your rolling stock, your equipment, your AMI systems, laptops, computers, things of that nature. I color-coded it, and it's probably hard to, well, you can see it pretty good on the screen. Green means that it's paid off this fiscal year that's coming up. So in FY22, that debt goes away. If it's in blue, means that it is a new loan that's showing up. So the gist of it, you just kind of, in your mind, just to know that as of July 1 of 21, so next month, the balance that's owed on general obligation bonds is about $16.9 million. That's that first section of that slide. At the bottom of the slide at state revolving loans, we'll have about $17.7 million in state revolving loans. And that does not include the 4 loans that are in that far right column called tentative new debt. The council has approved the gravity sewer rehab. I call it big ditch, but it's just sewer improvements. And then the water lines and booster pump, those 2 were approved by City Council July of 20, I believe. And so those are actually budgeted, but because the projects are still in that engineering and design phase, we're not obligated yet to make the debt payments, but I'm making you aware of it that these should be coming on the books. 2 more loans have been awarded the 2019 water improvements for the 2-inch galvanized lines, and the Little Cherry, Big Cherry pump station relocation. Those are the next to the last. It's $2.9 million and $3 million. Those have been awarded, but they have not been brought back to council for you to formally accept it. And so therefore, I have not brought it back to bring an ordinance before you because there's still more work that's got to be done on that. So just keep that in mind, that in addition to the $17.7 million, there's another $11 million in debt that at some point will probably come on board with the city. Okay, next slide. And then the last section is the installment loans, and again, that I don't have headings, and I apologize for that. The next to the last column is your balance as of July 1 of 21. We have approximately $22.4 million in installment loans. So again, that's rolling stock, equipment, computers, things of that nature that's still outstanding. The one that is pending in blue on the far right, which is the tentative, the $1.6 million, that's the loan that I was talking about, that if we can close it before June 30th this year, that'll roll back into fund balance. I have got that programmed in as a debt payment, so that is budgeted. And then the next two after that would be tentative lease, a lease of equipment for IT equipment, and then the rolling stock for 22, which is in 22's budget. So we would be looking at, and this also has Herman Park still stated because council has approved that ordinance and the project is set up. So you haven't authorized the debt yet, but that is there, so I did have that in my number. So on top of the $22.4 million, if we execute all four pieces of those debt there, you'd be adding another $15 million to your debt service. So overall, your grand total, like I said, in that next to last column, it's $57.1 million, with tentatively $25.8 million new debt to come on board if all those projects come to fruition. And then I provided for you below a reconciliation by fund, so you can see the general fund out of that $57.1 million has $28.1 million of the debt. Utility fund has $28.7 million. And the stormwater fund has about $239,000. Sir?
Includes Herman Park.
No, sir, it does not. That is just current as of July 1 of 21. You'd have to add about another $11.7 million. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, go to the next slide. This is just kind of a rehash talking about the pieces of new pieces of debt. I don't think I'll go through those because, I mean, the terms are pretty straightforward. The utility fund debt that's on this page and then on the next slide, they're both SRF funded. So they are through DEQ, and it's a federal state pass-through type loan situation. And we've actually talked about those last year. The equipment loan on this page, I just provide you a breakdown of what's included in that. This is all general fund. I did not program any into the utility fund for rolling stock. This is my preference. I don't like financing rolling stock if I can help it, because it eats up your cash, because you're paying it back usually in less than 5 years. And why eat up all that money in interest if you don't have to? So we have to in the general fund because we got to keep our fund balance up, but we are trying to get away from that in the utility fund. And then if we borrow, it's for these large projects. We save our capacity in the utility fund for these large projects like the galvanized sewer lines, the booster pumps, moving the stations. That's what you want to save that for. So all of this debt that I'm talking about, the $1.8 million, is strictly going to be coming out of the general fund. Okay, next slide. You can skip past that proposed and go on to positions. So the new positions that are recommended across all funds, there are two. There is a Computer Systems Administrator 2, which is primarily going to do CityWorks, which is the asset management software that's utilized not just by Public Works. I think they're trying to bring public utilities on board with this, and Rick could speak more to that if you need that information. But what the plan is to split it 20% in the general fund, 40% in stormwater, and 40% in utility, because that's where it's going to be utilized at. The other one is the clubhouse manager that's proposed there. That figure is for a half a year, and that actually will offset 2 permanent part-time positions. And I guess I wasn't aware of that, so I actually still have the 2 permanent part-time positions in there. So we will have budget savings when we roll the proposed adopted over, because I can take that out if the council approves that. If they don't, then I've got to take out the full-time and leave the permanent part-time in there. And that cost is roughly about $96,000. Next slide. Okay. So we had 15 positions that were requested by department heads to help fill some gaps in their workflow. Out of those, we had 11 that were out of the general fund, which that total is about $608,000. The other positions were for the utility fund, and that was about $225,000. And that total of positions requested but not recommended was about $833,000, as you can see on the slide. Next slide. And so this is just kind of a historical look at the types of positions by the operating funds, and we broke out in the general fund public safety positions, vice other non-public safety general fund, and then we've broken it out by stormwater, utility fund, and occupancy tax fund, and did an analysis for you from fiscal 13 all the way up through the recommended of 22. And as I said, 2 positions are being recommended for approval, so that brings our FTE total from 480 to 482. Okay, next slide. All right. So we do this total for the salary and benefit cost because it's expensive. When you look at the salary that's paid, we're looking at about $23 million. Well, if you recall, I think it was on the second slide, the total's about $32.7 million. Well, the difference in that are the benefits. I mean, it's expensive by the time you look at Social Security, retirement, which is the local government employees' retirement system, health insurance, the 401k contribution that the city makes towards full-time employees' retirement, wellness benefits, cell phone stipends, group term life. The only thing that's not in the number that's on the second slide you saw is the COLA and the bonus. It was put in here just so you could see what the difference is, and you'll see it on the next slide. The COLA merit, what we projected, that would be like a 1% cost of living on July 1, so that's a whole year. The merit we would do like at a half a year, and so that's half of that. So the total cost for all funds is about $416,000. The bonus net was a $250 bonus, cost approximately $205,000, and it's in red because these numbers are not programmed in to the manager's recommended budget. Okay. Next slide. And so this is just kind of a recap to that. So on the salary adjustments, as I said, we did the 1% cost of living, 1% merit at a half a year, the bonus of $250 net costing about the $205, and then we recapped the cost of the benefits, like the 401k for the sworn employees, our police officers, and the non-sworn employees. That cost to the city is about $975,000. We recapped the rates for you, and as you can see, the local government retirement system is increasing the rates. That cost difference for us was about $288,000. We know there's at least one more rate increase that will come up in fiscal 23, and then I believe their actuarial projection, their study that they did, I think it runs out, so they'll have to redo that again because we can't find any other rates past that, and we know that study is ending. I think it's 22 or 23, but our full expectation is that cost is going to continue to creep up. The employees still, full-time employees, they get registered as soon as they come on board as a full-time employee, and they contribute, or we contribute 6% of our salary towards our retirement cost, and then the city, of course, has to kick in the the 10.2 or the 11.41, and then, like I said, sworn law enforcement officers have a little bit different rate. Our employer increase for our health insurance, we're ballparking that about $169,000. It was about 3%, and it's a half a year because that doesn't come into effect until January 1. Next slide.
I have a question, Ms. Kathy.
Yes, sir.
When we look at where you have the numbers for public safety
Sir.
as a whole, are firefighters included in that?
They're not, because this is sworn. They make that differentiation.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yes,
why
sir.
the benefits were different in that regard.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Okay, so we'll start looking at departmental requests. This is really tiny, so I apologize for that, trying to fit everything in the general fund. This encompasses the whole $45.2 million of general fund expenditures in the department. So all this is summarized in your great big book. As you can see, most departments had decreases over their FY21 adopted, okay? So the couple that I will point out to you is if you'll scroll down to maybe like 6 or 7 lines to information technology. The reason theirs went up to 32% is because of the technology lease, the $800,000. That's one of the reasons, that's the main reason that's so much higher. And then if you go down into finance, you will see that we had a 14% increase. We did not ask for any full-time positions this year. We did last year. But due to trying to get the audit done and to try to make sure that we are timely with this, and I've said it to y'all till I know you're tired of hearing me saying it, is we needed help. We needed backup coverage. So that increase reflects trying to get the plan together to make sure that our finances are stable and healthy and that we have sufficient coverage to make sure that no one person doesn't allow, the city not to pay its bills or to pay payroll or get the, audit and the budget and so forth done. In the transfers and shared services, you see that's a 33,000% increase, and that really reflects the rest of the Tiger match that's involved, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, but that's really the main reason for that. And then it's also the fund balance. We call it transfers to fund balance, but essentially what we're doing is using that 3-cent property tax increase to help restore that fund balance back to that 15% unassigned policy. It'll help go towards that. So we program that in as a transfer to fund balance, okay? So that's going in and not out, okay? And then on downtown development, they had a 28% increase, but they have a very small budget. But this is to fund that fellow, the UNC fellow. So that's the salary and the benefits and so on and so forth contractually that we would be obligated for. So overall, we went from a $42 million budget to a $45 million budget, about $2.8 million. And we're going to talk about and roll through each department, okay? So we're going to do next slide. So in general fund expenditures, just as the slide you saw before, they're listed in order of amount. Police department has the largest budget of $9.5 million. The big thing, because I know we're probably tight on time, to come out of this is that they, just like all departments, requested a lot of stuff we could not fund. We did recommend 4 cars for them. They are all finance cars. The fire department requested, or their recommended is $6.2 million. They did request Station 3 improvements and repairs, and those were not funded, but we did fund the other life safety equipment like the air packs and the hoses. And we did fund a vehicle, which is also financed as well. Next page. So debt service is our next largest one. We've taught that one to death, I think, and you've got the chart so you can ask me more questions if you investigate and you have some additional things. Solid waste is $3.6 million. Their biggest item were the transfer trailers and the rear loader, which were funded, and they will be funded with debt. Parks and Recreation, $3.1 million recommended. They requested additional help, which was not funded. and they had a lot of other capital that was not funded. So we pretty much had to cut them back to just operational status only. Information technology was 2.7 million. The biggest thing that they had, I think, would be the lease to replace servers and equipment. So this would be like outdated desktops and things of that nature. They did ask for multiple positions. The main one, like the executive assistant, at the very end, we ended up having to cut that one, but we left that part-time position there. And then also, this is the department that's got the 20% of the customer service board. The CSA2 for the City Works position is going to help fund that one. And I think there's one vehicle in there, a van, a transit van, that we did fund as well. In the garage, $2.1 million. You know, a lot of theirs they spend in fuel, parts, and outside repairs. We did not fund any equipment with them. In finance, you know our situation, audit, trying to get that done, getting the help that we need for that. And our core purpose is to make sure that we have enough staffing levels so that we can make sure that we have timely completion of our critical financial activities, audit, budget, and so forth. In transfers and shared services, that one's the 1.7 million. That's the one that had the 33,000% increase. The capital project, the Tiger match, the 685,000, we are set to basically finish that this year. So we have to fund that match. And we're done. Yep, we're done. And we should have funded it in '21. We were trying to balance the budget, so we cut it out. So, you know, it's Peter to pay Paul, and now the piper is here. So we've got to fund that 685. The fund balance transfer that I mentioned down there, the 758,000, that is the net after collection fees from the taxes, property tax increase, that will help to go back to restore to that 15% unassigned general fund balance. And then the loan payment, the utility fund of the $290,000, I missed this in 19 and I couldn't do it in 20 because of budget constraints, but this has to do with the loan that the utility fund made to the general fund a number of years ago due to a lawsuit, and it had to fund that. So this should have really probably been completed in 17 and 18, and I have to get this paid off because the auditors did not like that it's been hanging out there that long. So that's why this is another, it's got to be done, because at some point you've got to pay this back. So this actually goes back into the utility fund. I have not programmed it into the utility fund as revenue. So what that will do is that will help to bolster that fund balance back up, okay? Next slide. Planning, $1.2 million.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just not understanding something.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you transferred to capital projects, Tiger Grant match. But in the larger book, you said that you took it out of the budget for it to balance.
The year we're in now, in 21, we had to fund half of that match, and we were going to try to do it in fiscal 21. We couldn't, so we had to try to balance the budget. So I cut it out of fiscal 21. So in fiscal 22, we've got to pay 21s and 22s at the same time. The total match was $1.755 million is what we've paid to match that $5 million grant. So the 685 completes the rest of the $1,755,000. Okay. And then in planning, we did fund the code enforcement truck because it was having breakdown issues. And then we also funded the consultant fees, which has not just the UDO, but also the redistricting that will have to be done as well. With engineering, the big thing to recognize too when you look kind of at their budgets is they took on the sign shop activities, and so we transferred a full-time employee from Buildings and Grounds, which is managed by Rick Fletcher, over to Marty Anderson in engineering. And then they have some additional supplies that are sitting in their budget as well so that they can get these sign shop activities done. Okay, next. In-street maintenance, they had a tandem dump truck and utility trailer. And I don't remember off the top of my head. We'll look at it in capital because I can't remember off the top of my head if we funded that or not. The city manager's budget, $846,000. The big thing, I guess, to recognize there is we moved some dues for the League of Municipalities and the Institute of Government to the city manager's budget that had previously been located in what they used to call special expense. And it just didn't seem appropriate to me. Those are really related more to the management. Now, I will say with the League of Municipalities, one of the reasons that we have to pay that $25,000 is we also, we're self-insured for workers' comp. The League is our third-party administrator for workers' comp. So they're the ones that take care of all the claims and so forth. So for us to run that self-insured workman's comp program, we would have to be part of the League of Municipalities. So it's not just for seminars and training and so forth. This is related directly to our insurance.
That was a question I was going to ask.
Yes, sir.
Why this large amount?
Why is it so big?
You
Yes,
just
sir.
answered that. I'll take
Yes,
that
sir.
off my list.
And the other thing to bear in mind is, if y'all have heard of Chris Nida's name, he heads up the division that they do all this revenue analysis for us, and they produce our revenue projections. So I use that a lot I use it very heavily when I'm doing sales tax, utility tax, the cable, the telecom, the power bill, and all those. So that is another very valuable service that we get from them every year because it helps me work on my budget projections, okay? And then buildings and grounds, $715,000, and just remembering that we transferred the senior sign technician over from this department into engineering. Human resources, $670,000 budget. Their priorities were the NeoGov employee management system, which it encompasses like a kind of a cradle to grave for our employees as far as tracking performance. We have a training module that was added on this past year, so that was a priority that we kept in there. They also outsource our background checks. And then, of course, we have the health maintenance program, which is the industrial nurse. And I will say that it is a benefit to the city because, like, when I'm working on insurance renewals right now, and we are self-insured, but we have a stopgap policy. But the health nurse helps with your premiums because they know you've got an industrial nurse on staff. That helps lower that cost that you're having to pay for that stopgap premium. And then inspections had a $590,000 budget. And then we can move on to the next, Paramount Theater. Their budget was $571,000, and the director did ask for conversion of a part-time to a full-time position that was not approved. So we basically went back to where he was at last year, or fiscal 21 at any rate. The golf course, $533,000 budget. This is the one that has the new position recommended. And then again, if the council is okay with that, then we'll take out those two permanent part-time positions. That'll help, that'll reduce that budget, maybe around $25,000, I think. Okay. Next, on street utilities, this takes care of our street lights and our railroad signal maintenance, and that runs the city about $500,000 a year. Public Works Administration has a $498,000 budget, and they're pretty much, they were cut back to where we were in 21. No major issues or anything with that particular budget. Next is the agency support. It's $464,000, and the biggest expense of that is your GWTA funding, so that does your transit. That is a requirement for us, so we have to provide that. Their budget, they actually asked for $378,000 to help fund some capital, and Mr. Willis was agreeable to take the $75,000 capital out, but just realizing that at some point we are going to have to pay for that because, they're trying to do it programmed so that it doesn't hit us all at one time, but just bear in mind that that was cut. The past year, he only got about $200,000, but he was able to supplement his funding with additional federal funding. So we were able to 21, it helped us a lot to the tune of about $100,000. And then I have an agency support slide on the next one that we can talk about as well. In non-recurring capital outlay, really the two biggest expenses you have in there is the city's portion of the retiree health insurance. It runs about $79,000 a year. And so these are employees that have met that criteria of service and years and have retired from the city, and we provide that health benefit until they're eligible for Medicare. The economic development incentives, $314,000 out of that total $407,000 budget. I gave you a list of all of the approved economic development incentives that I'm aware of that the council has approved, and so I've budgeted those. They may or may not come to fruition because they have to meet certain criteria. So we'll evaluate that as those requests come through. Next slide. So back to the agency support. If you look, the third column that says FY 21-22 recommended, at the bottom total is $464,000. In fiscal 21 we adopted $396,000, and the reason for the change again is the GWTA. That went from 200 to 303 because we have to fund them for the whole full year. That's why it's 303. And then wages and watch will be funded with CDBG CV money. So that was that second round allocation that the council, I don't know if we've approved that or not. I think we did approve that money to adjust the CDBG Special Revenue Fund, but they were spoken to and they were okay with that allocation being switched to it's just CDBG CV money. So that's why they're zero. All other entities, what they got allocated in fiscal 21, we did for fiscal 22. We had one new request that we cut out because it was not in the previous and they did not have the required financial information that we needed for that.
Ms. Catherine?
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick, I always wondered why it seemed like we funded the same agencies each year. And I later learned that it's because we contact the same agency so that they can reapply. But there are some other organizations that I think would probably fit the criteria to get some of this funding. So can we consider being more public about the funding instead of, just so it's fair?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that.
No, I appreciate the suggestion because we can put that online. And really what we need to do is we need to develop a contract with these agencies because we cannot, with the Constitution, state Constitution, we can't give money away. It has to be for a public purpose. And these agencies, like many other ones out there, do provide services for our population. So yes, ma'am, we talked about that. I heard that through the grapevine, and so it came back around. I said, that's a great idea. So what we need to do is publish that on our website, put it out on the social media, and let folks know, here it is, here are our requirements, because we'll take whatever, and I'll be honest with you, the process we use for this is the same one that was taught to me when I got here. So we need to think outside of the box, so you're absolutely right about that.
Catherine?
Yes, sir.
Going back to page 46, the agency support, you had Arts Council, you spoke to that, 22.5, and then it's on the next sheet over. Why is it on the page 46?
So my staff helps me put the slides together, and they go through and they try to pull out the larger expenditures. And so that's kind of, it's just a bullet point,
Okay.
but it's included, absolutely. So we gave you the total list.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But I mean,
Not to be
no-
confusing.
No redundancy there.
Yes, sir. No, sir, not twice, just the once. And as you can see in the second column, that was their request, and then the 22 recommended is what's showing up in your book, okay? So we had $1 million in request, and we funded 464.
So have all these agencies been contacted for this budget year?
Yes, ma'am. I sent them a written letter and let them know about the hearing. So you may see some of them tonight at the public hearing to come up and speak about their proposal.
Before we turn the page, I guess I'm kind of biased to the work that Rebuilding Broken Places has done since the pandemic. They've done a lot in the community, and I'm still seeing the numbers at Waynesboro Park, which I know has been kind of stagnated because of the flooding and nothing really taking place. Why are those numbers so different in comparison as far as the downtick? I guess they went back to what they went originally, but those numbers just are disturbing to me. I mean, the money they receive, I'm not saying they don't do anything, but the times I've been down there, it's just the water's receded. I mean, there's really nothing to do there anymore.
And Councilman Pollack, I mean, you make a good point, because that's what you're here to do, is make policy. If there's any one of these, anything we talk about that you would like to see differently, then by all means, it's up to y'all to make that decision. We're presenting it. So if you want more money allocated or less money allocated, that is entirely your decision as a body.
Yes,
Absolutely.
thank you.
So I know we're moving some of these through these sections really fast, and I got my tabs here,
I know.
but I didn't want to stop you for questions. So we will have some time to ask some questions
Yes,
and to talk. I don't want to disturb your
Yes, ma'am.
presentation. I know you're trying to get through it, so.
And I would suggest, if that's okay with y'all, because department heads are here and you can bring them up, because, you know, I'm doing high level, and you can ask them all the questions that you want to ask. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Let's see, let's go to the next slide. And Mayor and Council has a budget of $356,000. And of course, you know, the two large fees in that one would be our city attorney fees and our consultant fees. Cemetery has a budget of $355,000. They did have some equipment requested that was not approved. The downtown development has a budget of the $326,000. Their big expenditure is the public artwork, which is the $20,000. And I know we had generated some conversation about Christmas wreaths. That did get cut out of the budget as we were trying to balance. The biggest new expense in downtown development is that fellow, UNC fellow. So that cost and the benefits and the travel and training that's in there is one reason that their budget increased, and it is included in that. Next slide, street paving. So we're obligated on the street paving for the Stony Creek Greenway to the tune of $187,500. This would normally be where we would put new paving for the general fund for the streets. We would normally put that in there. We did start out with millions, and we cut it down to 500,000. And then trying to budget, we had to cut it out in order to get the budget balanced. So that's why you don't see any paving. Now, we do have the capital project that Marty brought before you, I think at the last meeting, to approve that bid. So that project that the board approved will be the last of the 2018 street bond money. That's the last of that. So just keeping in mind that as we build fund balance, or if we build fund balance and to the tune of maybe you don't need that 3-cent property tax increase, you know, you can always remember, you can always bring the tax increase down in another year. You could save a penny and have that penny go towards things like paving or capital or infrastructure. So just keep that in mind. Community Relations has a budget of $149,000. Their biggest expense in there is for the meals and the nutrition supplies, and this would be outside of anything funded through Community Development Fund. The Goldsboro Event Center has a budget of about $128,000. You know, their big expenses would be the part-time salaries, the electricity, and the building maintenance. And again, what our hope is that even though I was very conservative, obviously very conservative, I was predicting an $87,000 loss with them, that their revenues will start to outpace and that we will have a positive that we will be able to show. But again, that's just, I'm more of a conservative budgeting person. So next slide. So we're going to talk about stormwater fund now. This is kind of like a summary similar to the one you saw with the general fund. It's made up of basically stormwater operations, transfers and shared services, and debt service. And you will see in the adopted column compared to the recommended, it's actually gone down $199,000. And the reason is that Rick asked for a street sweeper, a second one to help with the street sweeping, which helps with some mandatory programs that we are required to do, but that was not funded, because if we did, we would have borrowed money on that. But that's one reason that that budget went down in the recommended, is because the street sweeper did not get funded. Okay, next slide. All right, there we go. So in the stormwater department, that's budget's $1,046,000. Again, he asked for the street sweeper to replace the 2004 Timco, which was not approved. Their budget also includes the 40% of the CSA2, which will help with the city works. The transfers and shared services, so that represents two things. The shared services charge for the stormwater, so this is where the general fund provides HR, finance, management, and so forth. That charge to them is $110,000, so it's revenue in the general fund, but it's an expense in stormwater. And the other is this transfer to the Stormwater Capital Project Fund. So in this fiscal year, I'll be bringing back to you an ordinance to establish a capital project fund for the stormwater fund. This is going to be the project fund where things like we've talked about, Virginia Avenue, Beach Street, I can't remember the other.
Street.
That's it. And then also that Rick has talked about a condition assessment and mapping of the stormwater system, which is also, it's a lengthy project and it's an expensive project. So those things would be encompassed in this stormwater capital project fund. So this transfer of $237,000 represents like equity that's going to go to help fund that capital project fund. And off the top of my head, I can't remember what the number is for the ordinance I'm going to bring to you for fiscal 21, but we did the same thing in this fiscal 21 budget, okay? So we're trying to use some of that fund balance, that equity that's in stormwater, to do what it was intended to do, which was to, replace infrastructure for the stormwater system, okay? And then debt service, which is all rolling stock, is $181,000. There we go. So now we're going to dive into utility fund expenditures. And again, this is same kind of bird's eye overview by department. And this is that for the 22 recommended, this is a $20.2 million budget. It represents about a 9.7% increase over fiscal 21. The largest increases are being in the water treatment plant and the water reclamation facility. And this is, based on Mike Wagner working with Stantec, trying to make sure that, we're ensuring that our system and our infrastructure is where it needs to be. Next slide. Okay. So and these are in order by the amount of their budget. So the water reclamation facility is $4.9 million. The priorities they have there are the bar screens at the Little Cherry Pump Station and the 117 bar screens and the UV system. I'm pretty sure we cut the UV system out of that. And then we've identified some of their really large maintenance items, and they are expensive. The water treatment plant comes in at $4.5 million. Included in that is that consultant for the utility master plan, which helps you identify, you spend the $550 to know, do I need to spend $229 million is essentially what that's for. And Stantec is saying that they think that that is critical in order for, I guess to give you the information you need to know, are we on the right track? Are we charging the right rates? Are we replacing our system? And so forth. Let's see, go to the next one, debt service. We've talked about that one. It's $3.5 million. Reference the chart as well with all that extra detail in it, but we can also talk about that in addition. The transfers and shared services is $3 million. And again, this is strictly for the providing the services, the finance, the HR, the management services from the general fund. So this is the expense that gets paid over to reimburse the general fund. In the distribution and collections division, this is the other organization that has the 40% of the CSA2, which will help them with their City Works administration. And I do recall one of their items was the pipe inspection cameras, and that one was it had to be done. It is a critical piece of equipment that's down, and we'll have that later on in some of the capital that we talk about. And next slide, in billing and meter services, no big change in that. You know, we are on the way of getting that inventory done. We are expecting to actually conduct inventory using inventory system actually that we pay for in our ERP system. And we've been very fortunate to have good help and cooperation from Rick's staff trying to get that working with our procurement manager. Compost facility, they did request a compost plant operator that was not funded. And we'll have to look at the capital on it because it's not striking me what we did approve on that one. In the utility capital fund, which has a budget of $133,000, we did budget $110,000 for if we have an I&I problem, that we've got a little bit of money to help with that. And that does help because we do have from time to time things that will pop up that we've got to control. So we do have a little bit of cushion there as well.
So is that why there's no justification? It just has, because I'm looking at something that says sewer improvements, and then I see the 110. Or is this just something different?
No, ma'am. If it's are you looking in the big book?
I'm in the big
Yes,
book.
ma'am. That's what it is. It was for inflow and infiltration repairs only. So what will happen is let's say we don't have that, or it's covered under one of these other projects we're doing, then that money lapses back into the budget and it'll help build that fund balance back in the utility fund. So it's not programmed for a specific item at this point.
So that means it couldn't be used towards the department request?
It could be. It could be cut and put in something else. You just wouldn't have any cushion there, but that's fine. I mean, if you were looking, are you looking at like should we cut that out?
I'm looking at, I see sewer improvements and water improvements, and I see that the department made 2 requests for both of those. And if we have money to do that, I know these numbers are large numbers, but something would help go towards those improvements. Otherwise, we're not doing any improvements, which I also see as a problem.
That's true. And I would say those are petitioned, water and sewer, and I'll let Marty speak to that because there's history that goes behind that about why you do that. And there may be like like 110 might not be enough to do what they're asking, but I'll defer to him to talk about that, okay? Okay, so in downtown district, is pretty straightforward. Their recommended budget, $95,000, and you know, they're, as far as doing the property tax estimation, I mean, they're pretty much on point. There wasn't a lot of change yet going into fiscal '22. So, you know, their budget, like I said, is pretty much on point. There were no large changes in that particular budget. In occupancy tax fund, that one, when I was trying to do my revenue projections for it is really difficult trying to do those hotel tax revenue projections. Everything that I trended out, it was coming out lower. So in talking with the manager about how to balance the budget, you know, I mean, it's an equation. So you either reduce expenditures or you increase revenues. And so we did cut the budget, but we were still short about $29,000. So what we did was in the ARP calculation, occupancy tax is one of those things that is eligible. So we were able to backfill in the rest of their budget with about $29,000 of ARP money. And so their budget actually comes in a little bit less than the $1.1 million that was budgeted in fiscal '21. This also does include another year of appropriating $110,000 for the Musco lighting payment for Bryan Multi-Sports Complex. And I mean, that's when we'll see how it goes. I mean, like I said, when I talked to y'all in February, I was expecting that they were going to have a reduction in fund balance because their revenues were going to come in below their expenditures. Although she's done a really good job of controlling that, and she's coming in under budget too. but still the expenditures are still outpacing the revenue. So it's just the COVID-19 really hit them hard. Okay. So vehicles and capital outlay. In fiscal '21, departments asked for $8.3 million, and the council approved $2.8 million. Fiscal '22, departments asked for $16.8 million, and we recommended $4.4 million, of which, about $1.8 million we're actually going to finance through debt proceeds. I'm going to run through some of these, the highlights. So on the next page, on the Paramount, there's $30,000 for mini splits, and the director, Adam Twist, has worked really hard on this, and it's important because we will probably recover that $30,000 in electricity cost within a year. So we feel like that's not finance, so that's general funds paying cash for that. We think that that's really important. You also see on here the technology lease for the $860,000 in information technology. It's towards the bottom of your page. And again, you've got the requested amount, and then you've got the recommended amount, and you can see, there's just not a lot. You'll see that continuously as we go page to page. On the next page for building maintenance, we recommended a pickup truck to replace an old pickup truck that they had that they're having a lot of issues with. In planning, if you go a little bit further down, it's the same scenario. They have a truck that has transmission problems, and it just doesn't make sense to keep spending thousands and thousands of dollars on that, and they felt like that was a priority. In streets, we did also recommend funding the tandem dump truck for the $150,000. And again, all these things you can ask the department head, and they can explain to you in detail why they needed it, but I know that there were a lot of issues with that truck. And in the next slide, the railroad signals, the $5,000, we don't have a choice. We have to. We're obligated to pay that for the maintenance on that to the railroad. We talked about the street paving on Stony Creek Greenway, the $187,500. We're obligated by contract for that.
When do we get out of that? When is that contract?
Jennifer, there you are. You know about that one? Or Marty, I'm not sure if it's a Marty or.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Stony Creek Greenway, the $187,500. How long are we obligated for?
How long?
Yeah, is that
No,
every
that's
single year?
That's just a project, that's what you were given the amount to.
Yeah, DOT
construct.
was giving us the 187.5. There was no loan or anything like that.
Either one of those that scored an STI,
Mhm.
and we received 187 for the funding. Now, I don't know exactly what the total cost of the project will be, but,
Yeah, until we bid it.
until we bid it.
So we put the 187, y'all put it in there for budget purposes because that's.
Carried it in because it's going to carry over into next fiscal year, correct?
Okay. Not
That
sure.
answer?
So we were given $187,000. I'm just saying, for me, it looks like you guys requested that amount, but we do have it.
Right, we have to request it in the budget because we're going to expend that $187,500. And then DOT will reimburse us, but we have to budget for it. And so we requested it for fiscal year 21-22
But we might
as a
not,
placeholder.
right, and but we might not get the 187.5 in the same fiscal year. It takes time, doesn't it, Maury? That's the way I
Right.
understood. So it might be in the future, it would replenish our fund balance when we got the reimbursement back, but it's not going to happen in the same fiscal year.
So I guess I was asking about the expiration on the contract because it looks like as long as we have this obligation, we can't do anything else.
We haven't contracted for it yet, still have to bid it. So that money was offered up, as I understand it, to do the project. And that should cover the project, or are you expecting the project to cost more?
Yeah, we won't really know until the way material costs have gone up and stuff like that. We won't really know.
So that's what I'm saying. We are pretty much on hold. We can't do any more projects because we've got money, because nothing else was funded but this Greenway project. So that's all. Is that always going to be the case until we figure out, because he's right, everything is going up, right? So I'm thinking all the streets, the very street, because in the big book, it talks about dirt roads that we can't pave, a lot of stuff that we can't do because of this dollar amount right here. So that's why I asked, is this something that we'll probably see next year? And there's another year we can't do any paving to those streets that were identified as in very poor condition.
Within the next 2 years, this project will go away if everything goes with DOT. I mean, one way or another, it's going to go away. Whether we do the project or DOT pulls the funding. As far as doing, paving and stuff like that, we put a number in the budget for paving, but it got removed, so.
Sorry. Okay, and so in solid waste, we recommended funding a rear loader and 3 transfer trailers that are in very, very, very poor condition for solid waste, and those are all financed. In fire, we recommended funding an administrative vehicle, fire hose replacement, and air packs. They had a lot of needs that we were not able to fund as well. In police, we recommended funding 4 police cars. There are 3 administrative and 1 line car. And then in parks and recreation and golf course, we did not recommend funding any capital for them. So in the general fund, our total was roughly $11 million, and we funded about $2.1 million. In stormwater, there was the street sweeper that was requested and was not recommended, and they had an F-350 that they requested replacement on. That one, it will not be financed with debt proceeds because it was just $54,000, and it has sufficient fund balance to cover cash for rolling stock, so that is not financed. In the utility fund, as I mentioned earlier, we cut all the capital out of distribution and collections except for the pipe inspections cameras, which Rick said was critical to their operations. In the water treatment plant, we sent back to Mike the cuts that we needed to get the budget balanced, and he started out in water treatment with a little over $1 million, and he cut that back to $694,000. The biggest item, of course, being the elevated tank maintenance that we're obligated to. We've signed the contract with Utility Service Company, I believe, for the $490,000. In water reclamation, he had $2.7 million in capital request, and he was able to cut that down to $1.2 million. The biggest item there being the Westbrook pump station generator. In the utility capital fund, I think we've talked about this, the $110,000 in for I&I repairs if needed. In compost, they requested a mixing truck, and that was cut from the budget in order to get that utility fund balanced. So they had $5.4 million in request, and $2.2 million was what was recommended. In the downtown district, there was a request for a percussion park on South Center Street that is recommended because the budget that she prepared balanced with that recommendation in there. And then in travel and tourism, there were no capital requests at all. Okay, so next to last slide. So I'm not ending this, so I'm going to give you all a chance to talk, but I just want to tell you what next steps were. So we have, of course, the public hearing that's scheduled tonight, June 7th at 7 p.m. in council chambers. The letters have been sent to the agencies inviting them to the public hearing tonight. And then between the council and the manager scheduling any additional budget work sessions, I've been made aware that there's supposed to be one on June 14th at 3 p.m. with the location to be determined, whether it's here or in the large council chambers. So at the June 21st meeting, our expectation is to recommend adoption of a budget based on the council's input to us tonight and next week. and we will incorporate any changes at that point in the proposed adopted ordinance that we present to you all. I just remind you that a budget has to be adopted by June 30th at midnight, and a tax rate has to be adopted at that point in time. That is your legal obligation to do that. So, we are in a time crunch, but we're here. So if we need to have multiple additional sessions, we're obviously here to help accomplish that. And then I guess I was going to turn it over to the manager for his final comments, but if the council has questions, department heads can answer any of those at this point in time. But my part is done.
Yeah, if I could just review the next slide really quick, and then maybe we want to take a break before coming back and answering questions or not. But so, as you can see, Catherine, thank you for presenting all that information. There are a lot of requests out there that still are unfilled, and more may be unfilled depending on how you want to handle the revenue streams which are on this slide. So do you concur with or want to modify? This is what you need to think about. A use of the portion of the ARP for $1.7 million for the provision of services. Okay? And the way to look at that, as I mentioned earlier, is to the extent of reduction in revenue. While we only lost a little bit in revenue for all our taxes, the ARP allows you to expect growth at 4.1%. And so what I asked Catherine to do was take a look at that, figure out what that number is, and let's put it in the budget. And that's what about $1.7 million is. The rest of the money we'll be getting this year from the ARP, total of $4.4 million, $2.7 million would be put in a special revenue fund to be used as determined by council. Whether we use that for things that have previously been discussed, for utility infrastructure, one of the projects, Phase 3 sewer, for instance, at $5.2 million, we could get started on a part of that this year if that's what we choose to do. We need to know whether we want to take a loan for $1.8 million to do the essential vehicles, the rolling stock. If you try to fund that other ways, it'll come out of fund balance. Do you want to raise the property tax 3 cents per valuation? That's roughly $38 a year for a $127,000 medium value home in Goldsboro, per the U.S. Census Bureau information. And that 3 cents is going to go into our fund balance at about $750,000 to help raise the fund balance that we previously discussed. Do you agree with raising the water and sewer rates 15%? That is essentially $10 a month inside the city, raising the rate from 68 to 78, which you saw on the slides is still less than the average for North Carolina cities using the same rate structure. And if you're outside the city, that would be roughly $19 a month, taking the rate from 127 to 146. And you can check all that information out in the UNC School of Government dashboard, which is a very good display of this kind of information.
Does anyone have any questions of the manager or Catherine before we recess?
Are we going to recess and come back and ask questions, or would you rather do the question now?
Well, I assume that at this point, we're going to really get into the nitty-gritty of this.
Yeah, I would really like you to address these issues up front discussions, because if we have revenue issues, that's going to make huge changes that we'll have to prepare for the next week's discussion, or sooner if you'd like to do more budget presentations. But I'd really like to attack this issue up front after you take a break, and then get into individual specifics you want to talk to department heads about, to the point, we have the 7 o'clock regular session we'll have to do. The only other item I think we need to address before the 7 o'clock would be the new business boards and commissions discussion, which should be very short, about the Recreation and Advisory Committee. And then at the 7 o'clock, we could, instead of doing the consent agenda items up front, just hear them then, along with items requiring individual action.
Let me ask the council, based on what you just heard of these 4 situations and proposals here, do you think you are prepared to reach a decision tonight on those?
Yeah, man.
I say reach a decision, I didn't say what your decision is.
Well, I think this is a lot to consume, and I would like to listen to other things before I make a decision.
Based on what Ms. Catherine said, we have until, June 30th, Ms. Catherine, to adopt. And we have public comment period,
Exactly.
I would like to, be able to entertain some of their thoughts or things that, recommendations they may have at this meeting, since we have another meeting before we technically have to make a decision. That would be my recommendation
So,
on these issues.
so have council members speak here or public about those 4 issues.
I mean, speak public, but I would like to entertain the concerns of the community since they have an opportunity to speak
Okay.
tonight.
Yeah.
So in other words, you
public.
don't want to deal with these.
Not my personal, not tonight.
Yeah.
I get the,
And you probably want to establish another work session maybe
Yes.
before
Yeah.
next,
That'd be good.
I
the
think
next
we
Monday.
have one scheduled for the 14th.
Yes.
And it would not be out of the norm for us to have 1 or 2 more beyond the 14th to get this done, because there are some issues here that I think the council wants to have time to consider having, even though they have the document, the large document. They've had a presentation tonight. We've heard some other input. And I would propose that we not address these tonight, although it'd be nice to get them addressed, but I'm hearing that they don't want to. So we will not, if you agree, we will not address these tonight. And if you have any questions you need to answer the council, the staff, we can either do it before we take a break, or we can take a break and then come back and do it, whichever you prefer.
So, quick question. When the city manager said address, address doesn't necessarily mean address to decision, but I do think
Ask
that
questions.
talking about these 4 things would be helpful, at least getting a gauge of where everybody is on them, at least. I think, is that what you mean by addressing? We're not moving to a decision tonight. We're just talking about these things, because it is going to be, I know where I agree and where I don't agree, and I don't know if I'm going to change much on either of those, you know what I mean? But I would still like to kind of see where everybody else is on them. That's just my personal.
I think the manager is saying that in order for us to move to a more conclusive decision on the overall budget, we have to address these 4 points here.
Yes, because
Correct.
without these recommendations in revenue, we're going to have to do more cuts to the budget
Right?
on expenditures.
So we can either speak about them and talk about them here tonight, or we can come back on a later date and do it.
Okay, the word here is address. Address, to vote on these things and
Basically, when I
decide.
say address, we got to make a decision on those
Okay.
4
Well,
items.
I mean, address it, discuss it, and if everyone's in concurrence that they're good with this, then that makes it pretty simple. If everyone's not, then we need to probably come back and rediscuss it before the 14th, because we will need to do some adjustments to these numbers,
Correct.
so that we can get it a lot closer to what you want to do.
Okay, so I'll just put the question before the council. Do I have a motion to
Well,
adopt?
I don't think you want to necessarily do a motion. You probably want to discuss it and get a consensus.
Okay.
Right, because you don't need to vote on the budget right now. But we want to prepare the documents properly for the 14th for a decision, and then following that on the 21st, we will actually give you the budget ordinance for approval, but that would essentially put your decisions on the 14th into a format of an ordinance.
Okay, I wasn't going to ask for a motion to approve the budget. I was speaking about these 4 items here.
Okay, sir.
So if you're saying that we don't adopt it, but we get a consensus of opinion, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I think that would be. Catherine, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think that it's really just a concurrence, because as the manager said, if the council said, well, we don't want to use the ARP funds, then that means that I have to go back and we have to start working together to cut 1.6 million out of the budget. I cut as much as I could. I probably cut close to $2 million to get to the 1.6 out of operations, and then what happens after that is you have to start looking at cutting personnel or furlough at that point, because there's just, the departments can only do so much with what they've got. So, and it takes a long time for me to reparse all those numbers to get the totals that we give to you. That's why, you know, we could know what direction we need to go in would help us out, because it cuts down on, not my workload, but it gives me more time to work on it, because it's hard to get the final proposed budget done in 2 weeks, and much less, we're talking about less than a week's time for me to get it done, plus all the budget amendments I've got to bring forward on the 21st, so.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we've got to make some kind of consensus, or at least on the revenue portions of this, because if we can't help the staff on the revenue side, and we start checking little small boxes all over it, they don't stand a chance of making the June 30th deadline that we've got to do. So the big items, we need to come to some consensus, in my opinion, whether on the tax amount, and also on the raising the water rates. Those are the big points. Whether we lease vehicles or not, I don't know, but we need a consensus on what the tax rate's going to be and what the rate's going to be for the sewer. Is that not the main revenue items we need to talk about? If we don't do that, then they start from point zero again, which is what is the last thing. And I think they worked pretty hard to put an awful good budget together.
So I'll ask Ron, is a consensus on one of these a binding?
No, I think just discussing, you don't have a motion and a vote, so you don't have a proper formal
Okay.
things. I think discussing that you're okay with, in general terms, of using the ARP or raising the property tax or raising water and sewer utility rates, again, gives them something to base them trying to get you guys the final numbers on, having some idea that, okay, we do have some agreement on these items. It's not been passed, there's not been a motion, it's not been seconded, so there's nothing that binds the council.
Just want to make that clear.
Okay.
So, given that, can I see a show of hands on item number 1 in favor of?
I wouldn't do it in that manner. I may just more discuss it in sort of, what's your opinion, how do you feel about
Okay.
it? I think you start getting the show of
I'm
hands,
giving
you start getting a little more formality.
Okay. Anybody want to talk about item number 1? I think, Bill, you've already.
I've already said what I think. That's, we need to use some of those funds at that point, and if we do use them now, and after we were talking, some more of those funds are going to be coming available, I think we should use that. We can legally use those funds, right, City Manager?
And that's only going to be available for a couple of years, right? So you don't want to do it forever, but we do have the debt payments that will come down over time. So this can't be used directly for debt payments, but it can be used for operations that would have to be cut if we don't use it otherwise.
That's
So,
revenue.
are you done, Mr. Broadway? I didn't want to cut you off. Were you done? I didn't want to cut you off. Were you done?
Yeah, I guess I am.
I was going to ask Ms. Gwen, could you briefly give us, and for the public that's watching, what provisional service looked like? Because it was a lot of information in a short amount of time. So when you say 1.7 for provision of services, can you just throw some things out there? What are those things? And also with the special revenue fund, like, can you throw some possible things that the council could use that particular money for? Just a couple things.
So, to the best of my knowledge with the ARP, and all of us have been through multiple webinars right now, like providing services, so health, safety, welfare, so like police, fire, the community development, the community relations stuff that they do, all that, and the police budget's $9.7 million, so using $1.7 million to fund that, because when you look at how much police and fire together, I mean, the 1.7 million is justified. So we are not using it for a non-allowed purposes, like to build a reserve or anything like that. It's used to provide provision of service. Yes, ma'am. And then you asked about like special revenue fund. So I'm going to have to defer that to Miss Felicia. if she can talk about like the CDBG CV. Now, there were 3 allocations. We got 220 from the second round.
And what we were talking about, Catherine, for the 2.7 that's left, right, was to put it in a fund that we could go pull from as
Okay,
required for
that's
the
what you're talking
infrastructure.
about,
Right. I was talking about earlier using, I think 8.2 million of the 8.7 for 2 projects.
Right.
Now probably we can only use 1 project.
Right.
Which in my mind, if we can do it, would be the $5.2 million Phase 3 sewer project, which would reduce our I&I and give us additional capacity for
Right.
future growth. But
Yeah.
that, I don't think we need to solve that problem right now. We can talk about that at a later time, because it's not in the budget right now.
And that's correct. So I've got to bring back to the council at the next meeting, that's one of those things I need to do, is to adopt a special revenue fund for the ARP money. I legally think I can adopt the 8 million at this point, because it has been granted to us and we've accepted it. But what we would essentially do is we would take of that 1.7 million, if that's the council's will, and it will become revenue in the general fund. The remaining amount would be left for whatever projects you deem. My idea is to put it in contingency. And then if the council said we want it for infrastructure, for water and sewer, then we will come back with an amendment to take it out of contingency and put it in that type of project. So
my thing was, I can support the 1.7 for provision of services. I think that's a great idea. However, I'm not completely sold on putting that money into a fund specifically to use for infrastructure. And it sounds like that's what the city, that's his proposal to use.
It's just going to go in, I mean, what do you want to call a fund,
Okay.
Catherine?
But you were
essentially it sits there.
proposing to use it for infrastructure.
Yeah, but that's a later decision.
right, so
That's not, right now, it's not aligned to that. You're not making that decision.
So I think I can allay some of your fears. So in the sense, when we create special revenue fund, now I can do this in a capital project fund too, but when a board designates contingency, only a board can remove it. So that sounds like that's a better option, is that when I bring it to you, I bring it to you with the whole, whatever it's going to be, $7 million, but the expenditure is contingency, so we cannot, the staff cannot touch that money until it comes back to council. You release the contingency and say, put $1 million in a sewer project, put $1 million in another allowable
Okay.
expense. Yes, ma'am. That's
I
right. That's
understand
how we
it.
lock that in for your approval only. So I'm sorry, I misunderstood about the CDBG CV thing.
It's
so,
okay. I appreciate it. I
Okay.
appreciate you.
All right.
So based on her description, I'm cool with it.
You okay with that?
That's item number 1. You got any comments there, Gene? No? On point 1?
I can run through all 4 of them real quick. I'm in favor of them. The only thing I'm looking at is with the water rate increase, the reimbursement that we may receive from the federal government or the state. As I know Marty said when he was talking about his presentation, you can get the money on the back end for the following year. So say we were to do a rate increase and we were to receive some money from Roy Cooper's plan, would the tax value, would it go down? That would be an option, correct? Because a lot of people are saying, well, we're putting the cart before the horse, we may get money, but I know it has to justify the budget for this year.
My
so-
job is to present what we think we need to do, with a plan, right, rather than a hope for money.
Right.
But if that money comes at a later time, we could make an adjustment accordingly. So, but there are $250 million, 230. That's what this study's going to do, is come out and tell you what your $1 million requirement is in the next 10 years.
Right.
So what I can tell you so far in working with the Division of Water Infrastructure and people like the LGC is they are asking cities and towns like Eureka, Fremont, Pikeville, Mount Olive to make sure we're doing our share of the work, that we are properly charging for the rates, because if you don't, then they may not give you the funding that's becoming available to do the work. So there'll probably be some kind of understanding that the city has a plan that it can execute when this funding comes down. Now, that's TBD, and one of the things we're going to put in front of you later on this evening is a item for your consideration on being part of a study that the DWI and LGC are going to do to determine what the requirements are for those cities I just mentioned, to include Goldsboro.
Yes, sir.
Raises our fund balance. Raises fund balance. Ms. Jones?
My major concerns are 3 and 4. I just have concerns with raising the utility. We are in the middle of a pandemic, and I've listened to my constituents. You also have, one lady asked us not to let her make a decision between her water bill and her medical. So we will have to really, look at that. I cannot agree to an increase. And raising the property taxes, I have a concern with that. You're going to have some people, if the city, and I know that this is very difficult, and this budget is, there was a budget before this budget, let me say, and there were some things that probably should have done, that's in the past, that should have been done before this budget here. But raising the property tax, I just can't see that, and water is essential for everyone. I really don't have a problem with 1. I am in agreement with Councilwoman Matthews on 1, but the other 3 are my major concerns.
Yes, it's time for me to speak then.
We have.
Okay, may I finish saying something? And we are going to be getting money from the governor. I don't know how it's going to come down or when it's going to come down, and I would like to see how much money that we will be able to use to help offset our problem with the utility rates and the water. We are down 5.9% unemployment. It was 13%. Now we're down to 5.9, and
Okay.
Resolution, the tax rate.
Question on them. Finance.
If we had the fund balance, we would want to pay-go with the revenue that comes in. So it's not unusual to do what you're doing, or what we're recommending.
And I don't want to sound insensitive to what Councilmember Jones stated, but by my calculation, my house is a modest $110,000 house, and I think it'll only be $3 more a month, based on the calculation. As I've spoken in the past, the can's been kicked down the road for decades with no tax increase rates. I know people are livid about any incremental rate increase, but that's what we haven't had, is incremental rate increases. And if we don't, I mean, we're gonna have to rob Peter to pay Paul. I mean, something has to be done. I mean, everybody, I would love to be looked at as a hero for my next political campaign, but I mean, we have a fiduciary responsibility as to be stewards of how the money's spent and to keep the city operational. At $3 extra a month, maybe I get one less hamburger. I mean, but that to me, now we're talking $30 or $40 a month, yeah, but at a median income rate of that over the course of 12 months, $36, I think we need to do something. And I mean,
No, no,
Money- money has to-
I agree that we need to
We
do
need to do
something.
something.
And I'm not campaigning at all. My concern is people that do have homes, that don't have the salary that you're on, that still will have to pay this.
Well,
So that's my concern, and that's just how I feel.
So if we could, if doing incremental, which, I mean, I think that's pretty common, but for some reason, for years, that didn't take
never
place,
took
right?
pla- never took
So
place.
now we just did 17.5 last
Right.
year, which for some people, and specifically in District 4, is significant.
It is.
15 for some, particularly those in District 4, it's significant. So my thing is, I didn't see a proposal for incremental. Let's do it bit by bit, bit by bit. And even though it may outrage some, because going up may just, be outlandish for a lot of people, but I still think we're taking a major jump because we're trying to make up for what we didn't do in the past at the expense of our residents.
That's right.
And that's where I am with that. If we do it incremental, we get it, right? That's common.
Okay.
But we're not doing it incremental. We're saying, here's your needs, boom, and that's how I look at it.
And I am there too. 15% is a lot. And when I looked at it last year, and you went up 17%, I just thought it was just too much. We did. And 15% is still too much. But if we can go back to the drawing board and see what we can do to lower it, then I can understand that. But as it stands right now, I cannot agree to it. I cannot.
And I was more referencing number 4 with the property tax. That's the one I was more or less referring to. $3, I mean, and my district is probably the most impoverished district, District 3. I have 4 housing projects, which a lot of those people don't pay water bills. I also have people that don't own property, so a lot of them won't be paying it. So I'm speaking on behalf of a homeowner. It's gonna hurt me directly. I mean, and I go the whole summer, I won't get another check until the end of August. But my wife and I seem to invest our money that we received from the money that we got, the stimulus packet money, and we just knew that, this was an unknown 2020 with the pandemic, so we're good stewards of how we saved our money. But like I said, $3 for the for the property tax is what I'm referring to. For most people in that district, that's the medium house value. So I just say $3. I don't really think, and I try, like I said, I'm trying not to sound insensitive, but I really don't think $3 for that median income per month stretched out over 12 months is going to be that big of a detriment to somebody's welfare. $3.
And I don't mean to seem insensitive too, but $3 to one person doesn't have the same value as $3 to another person.
So I'd like to say one thing in terms of incremental. And I've listened to Mike here for 2 or 3 years, and what he's doing right here is absolutely incremental to what we need to get done. Tell me if I'm wrong, that what we're doing is incremental, just starting, because as our stuff, it's gonna cost us millions if we don't start this little tiny incremental portion. And if I'm wrong, correct me.
You're correct. So in the presentations over the last 2 years, I presented the financial plan. This is our operation and maintenance, this is our debt service, and this is our capital improvement and what we're going to pay, how we're going to pay this. So the presentation in the incremental increases right now are 15 to 10% every year for the next 10 years. This doesn't go back to a 3% or a 1%. That the 15% increase was recommended if we were going to pay for the 2-inch galvanized drinking water line project out of the ARP money, which is a different discussion moving forward. That was a 5% that was going to impact, and Catherine mentioned before that hasn't been represented to council yet. But we're looking at a 10% over the next 10 years to fund the capital improvement projects.
So I just wanted to make the point. I'd
So
love to
I
make it-
understand that, right? You presented that really well for as long as I can remember. I get that. What I'm saying is, just give me an average of what someone else, so on a yearly. So we haven't done anything about this for years.
They would do 2 or 3% per year.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So
10 years
2 compared to 10 is a difference. So that's what I mean by incremental, starting small. But we can never go that small because we've waited so long to do nothing about this issue. So now we have to go from 10 to 15. I mean, we was proposing 25 last year.
Well, we needed 50.
We need. Oh, okay.
We needed 50, managers recommended was 25, and
they
council
approved
settled on
17.5. Yeah. So that's what I
So
was.
that's why I was saying it's
So-
incremental.
So if I can ask you a question, because, and I hate to say that myself, Councilman Matthews and Councilman Jones inherited this, or city manager, because we weren't here during that term, but what was the problem? Was it not being presented from the standpoint of, as a council, the mayor? I mean, like I said, anybody that can read a pie chart or a bar graph could have seen what needed, could have foreseen. Was it not brought to the attention that was, like she said, had it been done in 2, 2, 3, 3, instead of now we're at the end of the road and we're going 10 to 15, 10, 10, 10, whereas if we did it 20 years ago, it could have been 2, 2, 2. So was it not brought to the attention of your department, or it was just never entertained as a talking point? How is it now that it's at a dead end road and now we have to be aggressive?
It's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
I mean, when we got approval to move forward with the utility rate study in 2019, that was the first rate study since 1987. Everything was done internally and in-house. So, you know, we still have a long way to go with the utility rate study, with cost of service analysis to different customers. But it's a little bit of everything. And you know, we tried to work within, you know, that revenue of $15 million every year for, you know, for those 8 to 10 years, and it just caught up to us.
Mike, I think this slide right here is key. If you don't do the 15% rate increase, your fund balance goes down. You had 2.6 million left in utility fund balance, and you're going to lose almost all of it if he does the projects he needs to do, right? I mean, you could cut back some of your projects.
Correct.
But then all those projects are already projects that are overdue.
So Mike and Tim, this may be kind of jumping the gun. I don't want to discuss it because I know it's something we got to talk about tonight. But with the possibility for us to participate in that study through that grant, do we think that, or do you think, with your expertise, that they're going to discover something different than what we've discovered, which could possibly offset some cost? Or we're looking at this thing as a huge ticket item, but the study says this is not a huge ticket item. You know what I mean? Do you think we'll find some different findings?
No.
Okay.
And this is why I say that, because we've already applied for grants, and the state has said, we're not going to give you any grant money because your rates aren't high enough. So,
But what I was saying was not getting the money from the grant. I'm saying from the study, the information from the study. Do we think it's going to be different in terms of what we need to address? Is what I was asking. Not any funding.
depending on what part, so what will be proposed later is 3 different studies. Again, the city of Goldsboro is not identified as a distressed utility. There were 95 identified in the state. But the asset inventory and assessment is the very first thing. And that is basically what I'm asking for with the utility master plan. What do you have? What condition is it in? What is it going to take to fix it? How are you going to pay for it? That's what the utility master plan is preparing for the future. But so even if we partner, we were not a distressed utility, so we're not guaranteed to get any of that grant money. So that's the first thing. It's going to help us look at that. It's going to take that working capital improvement document that between Public Works and engineering and myself we've kind of put together. It's going to detail that and push it out into the future. So where I'm saying, based on the last study, we need a new water treatment plant. It's 71 years old this year. An engineering study may say, hey, you might be able to get 15 more years out of it, as opposed to 5 more years. those kinds of things could come out of that. Does that answer your question?
Any other comments? I'll just say that I'm in support of all four of those. On the water, prior to last year, the last increase we had in the water rates was in 2011. And that was, I believe, there was 2010 and 2011, I believe the combined increase was about 5%. Am I interrupting you?
No, I was asking if we could go back to the slide. I was trying not to.
Okay.
And
With the four items on it.
Councilman Polak,
Yes, sir.
if I could answer your question. Until last year, and I think Councilman Broadway can agree, until last year, we were never made aware of a problem. You know,
I will tell you, we were not.
I mean, I don't think we'd have had any problem going up 3% every year. But we can't do it now.
Yeah, my time on the council, Councilman Aycock and Broadway, these issues have been brought to us in the last 12 months to the point that I never had known about it before. I mean, it just wasn't something. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone. I'm just saying we were not aware of the state of our situation prior to last year and this year. I want to go back to what I was saying about water increase rates. 2010, 2011, to my memory, we had what amounted to about a total of about 5% increase. We didn't have any more increases until last year. And on taxes, we haven't had a tax increase since 2005. That's 16 years. That's unheard of, I think. I mean, I don't even understand how we were able to meet our obligations that we had previously. And I think it's pretty clear that we did without a lot of things last year that we probably needed, not things that we just wanted to have, but things that we needed. And we're doing, based on the presentation and the recommendation that we've heard this year, that staff, their departments are going to do a lot of things that they need again this year in order to stay within that budget line. So, you know, I want to commend the staff, the departments, the heads, their staffs within the departments, our finance, our city manager, for the work they've put into this draft presentation they've given us. And I know that they suffered a great deal of stress and pain when they sat down to put those line items in there and put dollars out beside them, and then have it come back and say, well, you can't have this, you got to cut it X amount, or you got to cut it so many dollars. It's tough. I've been in their position before, not on city government, but I've been in this position before. This thing is not over with. We have an opportunity to go back 2, maybe 3 times. I don't know how many times it's going to take, but go back and sit down, go through this document here line by line by line and talk about it. If we have questions, we have department heads come in and talk to them. If we don't agree with something here, we have to iron it out between us. But, you know, this is something that you sign on when you raise your hand and you become a council meeting member. This is probably one of the most important things that we do as a council member, is the annual budget. And it's not a tough, not an easy process. So I think we have learned something here tonight. I think we have in our minds, individual minds, things that we have issues with and things that we're pleased with, if you will. So now we just need to go back and plan for the next session, come back and go to it in more detail. Is there have I covered the thing, the situation as you see it, City Manager?
Yes, sir. So do you maybe want a meeting next Wednesday or later this week as I was, rather than next Monday, so that we can get into some of the details, and that way you could take a break now and start getting into the regular agenda items? Or do you want to ask more questions of the staff that are here this evening?
Does anyone else have questions to the staff, the budget issues?
So when we do another work session, is the staff that's here now, and I appreciate you guys being here, gonna be able to pull away from work to come and sit through this again
Yep.
with?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. If there's no more discussion on the budget, I'm going to propose we take a break, a 10-minute break, and come back and finish the old business, or do we need to go ahead and take care of that now? I mean,
No, I think you could
New business, I mean,
take
new
a break
business.
and start with the new business item, and maybe get to some consent agenda items before
Okay.
the 7 o'clock meeting, if you
Okay.
would like.
let's recess for
I see.
10 minutes.
for removal from the board due to lack of attendance. As of today, there's been no response from Mr. Sanchez. It's been requested that the council terminate his appointment and appoint a new member. In your folder is a current listing of the applicants for all the boards and commissions, and also the applications for citizens interested in serving on the RAC, Recreation Advisory Commission, and the Commission on Community Relations and Development. Please let me know if there's a recommendation to fill each vacancy, and I will bring a resolution back at the meeting on June the 21st for appointment. Or you can just discuss it, take it home and discuss it, and let me know at the next meeting, and then we'll do a resolution in July.
Madam Clerk, what was that board that requested we terminate the membership?
Commission on Community Relations and
Okay.
Development. That was that member was Sergio Sanchez.
Okay.
I have a question about Sergio. Did he didn't respond at all?
No, ma'am, no, he didn't.
And I think you sent him letters, a letter.
Yes, I've continued to email him, so he's never responded back to any email correspondence about meetings. And then I sent him a letter with the 30-day notice that you have 30 days to respond, and he did not respond.
Okay, and the 30 days is up.
Yeah, it was
Of course.
last week before last.
Well, she sent the letter on April the 20th.
Okay. My concern was, his address, because I was thinking that he may have moved.
Okay.
Since he got married, Yeah, since he got married, I was thinking that he may have moved. Okay.
So the clerk has suggested that we could either make a decision on these tonight or fill the slots, and we can take this list home with us, think about it, and schedule it for the next meeting. Anybody have a burning desire to do it tonight?
I don't have a burning desire, but if we can get it done, let's go ahead and knock it out, if we can do it quickly.
It doesn't matter with me.
Okay.
Okay, well, you have a list of the applicants in your folder, so something to choose from.
Laura, who do we have to pick again?
Sir,
Who do we have to pick again?
who do you have to pick? So we need one member for the RAC, and the RAC recommended Marcus Lewis to replace their vacancy. And then you'll need two vacancies listed for the Commission on Community Relations and Development. They also recommended Mr. Lewis, but that's up to you guys who you would like to choose, which board you'd like to remove.
And who do they recommend?
Marcus
Marcus
Lewis.
Lewis.
Both boards recommended him.
Oh, so he's recommended for two. And who was the other one besides Lewis?
He's the only one. He's the only recommendation.
Okay, but you need two.
I'll need two for the Commission on Community Relations and one for the RAC.
Got it.
So I see here, Marcus, it was Joanne Clark's only choice for the RAC. So I'm taking that into consideration, even though Marcus was recommended as well, because it was his first choice for the Commission and Community Relations, but I looked at Terry Bradley's application, and I thought it was pretty cool that being here a year, that they're actively wanting to get involved with that board. So,
Well, I'm
What do you guys
recommending Marcus. He's been here for a while. He's very active in the community. Very upstanding young man. So,
And this is for
so,
Community Relations and Development, correct?
I mean, he would be great on both.
Yeah.
He's really a good young man. Any committee would, really.
yeah, I would recommend him and Bradley if we need to. Those would be my two picks, or recommendations, I'd rather say.
Me. I'm fine with it.
And if you'll just get me a recommendation, I'll bring the resolution back at the next meeting to appoint them.
So you want a motion in a second?
I think we just do consensus would probably be fine, and I'll bring the resolution back if y'all
Okay.
need to change it.
So Marcus Lewis and Terry Bradley for the Commission of Community Development and Relations, and then Joanna Clark for the Recreation Advisory Committee.
That sounds good.
That's right.
She's on the Y, so she'd know what she's
Yeah.
doing.
Okay?
She's on the Y board.
And we'll bring that back with a resolution next council meeting. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can start on the consent agenda item?
Hold on one second.
No good?
Mayor Pro Tem,
I thought we had are we moving towards a motion to accept these?
Consensus.
no, sir, she just, Madam Clerk said just a consensus if you wanted to do it that way.
If y'all want to do it a little more formal, we could go ahead and do a motion for all three. That's fine. But I'm going to bring back a resolution for you to adopt at the next meeting as well.
Okay. Bring it back then.
All right?
On these names that we just decided on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, this time we'll move to the consent agenda.
Okay, item E. Finance, flood barriers. Thank you, Catherine.
Good evening. I have a resolution intent to standardize the flood barriers. The city of Goldsboro owns a flood barrier system to protect areas of the water treatment plant. The system is portable and it is reusable. We currently have 70 wall sections and 18 corner sections. To protect the entire water plant, we would require 150 wall sections and 24 corner sections. And if you tried to mix this system with another manufacturer, it wouldn't be possible because the designs aren't compatible. They fill them up with water and they lock them in. And so what we're doing tonight is we're bringing forth, based on General Statute 143-129, which establishes our bidding requirements for purchase of apparatus, supplies, materials, and equipment. Subsection E63 grants the city the authority to exempt these purchases from the bidding requirements when standardization or compatibility is the overriding factor, which it is in this particular case with the flood barrier system. So the council may standardize the current design and reevaluate it if the design becomes discontinued, and additionally at 5-year intervals. So tonight we're asking to the council to adopt a resolution for the standardization of the flood barrier system in order to maintain the compatibility with the system. So we're not asking to buy it, just asking for the resolution to standardize, which exempts it from competitive bidding.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Next item is the lease authorization for the Goldsboro Golf Course.
Good afternoon, council members. Hope you're still doing well. I have before you this evening a lease authorization for our Goldsboro Golf Course. The Goldsboro Golf Course has a sprayer that is over 15 years old and is no longer operable. This sprayer is actually shared between the golf course and Parks and Recreation. For the golf course, it's used to spray the fairways and the rough. For Parks and Recreation, it is used to spray our sports fields, including our Bryan Multi-Sports Complex. Staff are recommending in the upcoming FY22 budget to lease a sprayer for $657 per month plus tax instead of purchasing a sprayer for over $39,000. I'm here before you this evening because we are requesting authorization from City Council to initiate the paperwork for the lease agreement. No payments will be made before the start of the FY22 budget. So again, the recommendation is, by motion, authorize the mayor, city clerk, and finance director to execute a 60-month lease agreement with Smith Turf and Irrigation for a Workman HDX two-wheel drive with sprayer. And again, like I said, I'm here before you this evening to get your approval for us to initiate this lease, because any type of equipment is going to take us 6 to 8 weeks to get it in. And so we're just trying to gain 2 more weeks by getting you all to approve us starting that lease process. But again, no payments will be made before the new fiscal year.
My quick math, not using a calculator, but it looks like that 60 months of 657 equal pretty much the cost of the sprayer. Is that correct?
It's more.
It's a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, but generally.
Right.
Sorry. And have you built that into your budget?
Yes, the cost for the lease, because
Yeah, that's me.
it's in our rental equipment line item, and so we'll have the money available to pay for this lease agreement over the course.
But she didn't want to wait 2 weeks for you to approve the budget.
Yeah.
They wanted to order it now so that they could have it sooner for the season.
And that's what I was gonna ask, as opposed to buying it, and financing it, say like a 6-year, 72-month versus a 5, well, what would come, I know as far as breakdowns of the equipment, with a lease, they'll fix it, but what do you see, that is the best option, to buy it or to lease it?
At this point, we are truly recommending just to lease it because it is being used by 2 departments.
Okay.
So it's going to get worked. So
Yes,
it's not something we're going to want to own it.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item G, next item is CU-6-21, David L. Hood.
Good evening, Council. Item G is CU 621, David L. Hood. The property is located on the west side of South Andrews Avenue between Laurel Street and East Pine Street. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit for the construction of an accessory dwelling located at 307 South Andrews Avenue. According to the city's Unified Development Ordinance, accessory dwellings are permitted in all single-family zoning districts or developed lots, with the exception of the agricultural zoning district, only after the attainment of a conditional use permit approved by City Council. The applicant is requesting for the permit for the construction of a 12-foot by 24-foot deep accessory dwelling to be located in the rear of the property. Currently, the property is occupied by a single-story, roughly 1,200 square foot single-family dwelling. Staff has informed the applicant of the fact that the proposed accessory dwelling must be constructed to meet the minimum requirements of the North Carolina Building Code, as well as the supplemental regulations of the city's Unified Development Ordinance for accessory dwellings. If the applicant's request is approved tonight, the building elevations, a site plan, floor plan, and construction specifications shall be submitted and approved by city staff before any permits can be issued. In the public hearing held on May 17th, the applicant spoke in favor of the request, and no one appeared in opposition. The Planning Commission at their meeting held May 24th recommended approval of the conditional use permit for the placement of an accessory dwelling at the subject property. It is recommended by motion accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission and adopt an order approving the conditional use permit CU 621 for the installation of an accessory dwelling at 307 South Andrews Avenue and construct to meet the minimum requirements of the North Carolina Building Code, as well as the supplemental regulations of the city's Unified Development Ordinance for accessory dwellings. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you. Item H is the professional engineering on-call services for the city of Goldsboro.
Good evening, City Council. I have item H here. This is professional engineering on-call services for the city of Goldsboro engineering projects. As you are aware, we were awarded a grant of approximately $8.8 million from the American Rescue Plan Act 2021. Approximately $3 million a loan, DWSRF loan, and an ASADRO loan of approximately $3 million for various infrastructure improvement projects within the city. Although we don't know if an RFQ is required, we are anticipating they are from these various programs. We received 24 responses to our RFQ, which is request for qualifications for anybody who didn't know. Just making that clear. We selected, out of the 24, we selected 3, and for a period of 3 years with a extension of 1 year for up to 5 years total, and then we would do an RFQ on-call services again. But out of the 24 engineering firms, we selected the 3 that's shown in your package here: Withers and Ravenel, CDM Smith, and the Wooten Company. The actual negotiated engineering services contracts will come at a later time when we assign them a project. The selection and approval of these engineering firms will, like I say, be in effect for a period of 3 years with the extension potential of up to 5. Staff recommends City Council by motion approve the selected engineering firms for current and future infrastructure projects.
Any questions? Thank you. Mr. Simon?
Mr. Wagner will present the next item.
Good evening, Council. I have the added agenda item I, which is the partnership participation and application for the Water and Wastewater Viable Utility Reserve Study Grant. The State Water Infrastructure Authority and the Local Government Commission developed criteria to determine how local government units should be assessed for the need and eligibility under the Viable Utility Reserve. The Viable Utility Program provides funding to build a path forward towards becoming a viable system, and it uses long-term solutions for distressed water and wastewater systems in North Carolina. The City of Goldsboro was not designated a distressed system in February 21 by the State Water Infrastructure and the Local Government Commission, but several regional governments have been. Those include the towns of Eureka, Fremont, Pikeville, and Mount Olive. The path forward for these units include conducting an asset inventory and assessment, assessing merger and regionalization options, a rate study, participation in training and education programs, and developing an action plan for viability. These programs will be funded through the viability grant monies through the state. The staff recommends a regional partnership participation in the viable utility program with the local government units. Our Goldsboro's participation could create eligibility for grant funding to be a part of asset inventory assessment studies, rate studies, and regional assessments in the future. It's recommended that City Council by motion adopt the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality Division of Water Infrastructure application for the Viable Utility Reserve Grant in participation in the Viable Utility Reserve Program.
Any questions? Thank you, Mike. That's all we have on the consent agenda. Unless there's some other business we need to attend to, we can recess until 7 o'clock. I have a motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
Second.
Second.
I'm going to call this meeting of June 7th, 2021, Goldsboro City Council meeting to order. First thing we're going to do is have an invocation by Pastor DJ Coles, and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Would you all bow your heads? Heavenly Father, good evening. We want to pause and acknowledge you first. Before any business at hand, before any conversation, we want to acknowledge you first and say thank you for your grace and thank you for your mercy. Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity to serve in this beautiful city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and in this beautiful county of Wayne. Heavenly Father, thank you that your Spirit will move this night and in our lives, for in this city and in this county, we need you. Father, I pray that there will be a mode of listening. Lord, we pray that there will be a mode of understanding. And Lord, we are thankful that there will be a mode of goodwill. Heavenly Father, help us to speak with hearts of charity and hearts of restraint when we need to. God, give us a strong spirit of service and remind us that we are stewards of your authority. Guide us to be the leaders your people need. Help us to see the humanity and the dignity of those who disagree with us, and to treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. Father, soften our hearts. Soften our hearts so that we will be adherent to thy will. And Father, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community worthy of humanity, our brothers and our sisters. Father, may love be our common denominator. Heavenly Father, I ask this with a heart, a sincere heart, believing what we pray, and confident in your goodness, but most of all, confident in your love. We ask this in the precious name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Would you all please stand and continue with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Ham.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Broadway.
Here.
Councilmember Pollack.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Present.
We're all here, minus Mr. Aycock, who had to leave earlier. So, first item is approval of the minutes. We have 2 minutes to approve minutes of the work session and regular meeting of May 3rd, 2021, and minutes of the work session and regular meeting of May 17, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve minutes.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion? There being none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Minutes are approved. Now we have a special presentation, and we're going to ask someone who's not a stranger to this organization to come up and do the presentation and swearing in of Ms. Laura Gatz as our next city clerk. And Mr. Speaker, come on up. This is Representative John Bell, who is the majority speaker in the House.
Thank you, council members. It's an honor to be here with you. It's always nice to be here with you as well. And thank you for all the work you're doing for the citizens of Goldsboro. Really appreciate it. So, you want your hand over here?
That's my cup.
We got family members, come on up.
You can hold the Bible, so I'll do that. Just right hand. Click on the Bible, raise your right hand. I will read this and then I will ask you to say the Holy I do solemnly and sincerely swear that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States, that I will faithfully and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are established for the government therefore, that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution and laws of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of my knowledge and ability, and I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office as city clerk. So help me God. Congratulations, you're officially sworn in as the city clerk of Goldsboro.
I need a speech now.
So I guess I hand it to you now. So congratulations, congratulations.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
You want a family picture?
Yes, please.
Before you get in front of the podium.
Yeah, get
Get the Goldsboro in the background, maybe?
Here we go.
Okay, this time we'll go to the public hearings, and item C is a public hearing on the 2021-22 annual operating budget. Those of you who are here for this purpose, please come forward in sequence here and offer your comments. Do we have anyone here to speak about the budget? Yes, ma'am. Come in and, yes, and if you'll give the clerk your name and address, just a moment, please. Yes, sure, absolutely.
I'm Mary Ann Dudley, Executive Director of Boys and Girls Club, Ciasia Allen, and Megan McManus, and I'll come over and spell that for you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
And thank you for allowing us to come tonight. And really and truly, just want to say thank you for all your past years of service and assistance with the Boys and Girls Club, the Goldsboro unit. And in my 22nd year, we are here to say at least thank you for the inclusion of the proposed budget for 21-22. But to give you just a little bit of touch of Boys and Girls Club, even through the pandemic, we were closed 1 week to children on March 16th, put a plan together, and started operating virtually. On 1 week, we did a plan, put a lot of protocols in place, and on June 14, 15, whatever that Monday was, we began an in-person summer program for 8 weeks under the restricted guidelines with CDC and Governor Rory Cooper's mandates. We ran a very successful 8-week program, took 1 week to plan and put protocols into place, and on August the 7th, through last Friday, ran a remote learning hub. So we never stopped. But we were successful in serving families because of this community and because of you and the support that you give. And what I'd like to do is, and this is Megan Pecaunis, she was new to us last November. And so throwing her into the ropes, being a part of, she's our development director. But the highlight of tonight is not me, and it is not Megan. It is Ciesia Allen, who is a club alumni, has come back. She went to Carolina for a year. She's back this summer as pretty much an intern. And so she's doing some wonderful things. And we asked her if she would speak on behalf of the club and what it has meant to her and given her guidance.
Okay. So, hello, my name is Ciesia Allen, and my story with Boys and Girls Club began in high school when I joined their volunteer program for teenagers known as Junior Staff. Within this program, I was able to obtain over 100 hours of volunteer work. I went on several leadership conferences and participated in many community events. The memories I had made and the lessons I had learned created me into the young woman that is standing here before you today. But I am not here today to talk about how much fun I had participating in the leadership program. I'm here to talk about the importance of Boys and Girls Club being a part of the City of Goldsboro budget. With that being said, that is why we are here today. Thank you all, because when Boys and Girls Club are a part of the budget, they have the chance to make an even greater impact on the kids and families of Wayne County. This is because money is never a factor for Boys and Girls Club at the, for kids is never a factor at Boys and Girls Club. I went on several trips and conferences for free, and this is significant because money can be a big barrier that can stop a child from seeing more than just their surroundings. And for there to be a growth, a kid must know that they are the author and editor of their stories, not their surroundings, not their predicaments, and not their social or economic status. And this is the message that Boys and Girls Club have always conveyed. And this is seen because they have a diverse background of kids coming from many social and economic backgrounds. And they can only continue to be that way if it is supported and if it's supported by the budget. Okay, so sorry. But this impact is way more complex than I can even discuss right now because it goes beyond the free trips as well, because Boys and Girls Club provides these kids with 2 meals every single day. So if it comes a time that Boys and Girls Club is no longer a part of this budget, it's not just taking money away from Boys and Girls Club, but out of the mouths of the children of Wayne County. And I know for a fact that for some of these kids, the only meals that they will receive after school is through Boys and Girls Club. Boys and Girls Club is a safe haven for many kids, and it can only continue that way if it is properly funded and a part of the conversation of larger budgets. So thank you all for allowing Boys and Girls Club to be a part of the City of Goldsboro budget. And I hope to see that continues because this is one way that helps Boys and Girls Club to continue to eliminate those barriers that prevent some kids from having a fair and equal opportunity for success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very good.
That's why I go first. But it is just a matter of being here, thanking you for the inclusion and the potential, and we just really thank you.
Thank you,
Do y'all have any questions or anything for Asia?
Yes, go Carolina.
Carolina?
Very well spoken to.
Great job.
Very
Well
well spoken.
spoken, good job.
What she didn't boast about, and I will, and she can correct me, but last year, she, with the help of Jacqueline at the time, like the new Megan now, put together a business for the Smart Girls program, and they started from scratch, and they put together a sugar scrub and sold it to make a little bit of change on the side.
Good.
So, but she was the ringleader.
Congratulations. Anyone else? Arts Council.
Hunter.
Thank you. Hello, good evening, everyone.
Hello.
We appreciate your letting us come here tonight to talk to you a little bit about the Arts Council. First of all, I want to thank you for your service to the city. You do not have an easy job. I keep up with you on Facebook Live, and I've watched a lot of your meetings, so appreciate the time that you give for the city of Goldsboro and the citizens here. Want to thank you for including us in this budget year, the 2021 fiscal year. I am going to turn this over to Diane Belmont right now. She is one of our members of our board of directors, and she had some information she wanted to share with you.
Thank you, Georgia. So good to see so many familiar faces. For over 57 years, the Arts Council of Wayne County has been ensuring the arts are thriving in our community. The Arts Council creates a welcoming space of artistic expression and promotes a culture of inclusion to all people in our community so they feel supported and represented. During a typical year, the Arts Council hosts numerous events showcasing a variety of art. But 2020 was not a typical year. A global pandemic stalled all events, fundraisers, and arts sales. And during this time, the Arts Council conserved resources by reducing staff and hours of operation. But it did not stall our creativity to adapt and persevere. The Arts Council used this reset to update its website, build an online arts market, and create a digitally monthly newsletter. Later in the year, the Arts Council hosted socially distanced art classes, events, and scheduled in-person shopping appointments, and collaborated on several projects with community partners, including selecting the current public art in our beautiful downtown Goldsboro. I and my fellow members on the Arts Council, I and my fellow board members on the Arts Council of Wayne County would be remiss if we did not acknowledge the ongoing support we receive from our local leaders who made this all possible. We are so grateful for the $22,500 we received from the City of Goldsboro this current fiscal year, in addition to the funding we received from the Wayne County Commissioners, our state legislators, and various federal assistants. And all of these were instrumental in enabling the Arts Council to sustain art accessibility and promotion in our community, as well as support artists and other arts organizations throughout Wayne County. But we are aware that the emergency funding for the arts we received during the pandemic will not continue as we return to a sense of normalcy. Now, more than ever, we need the support of our local leaders, and it is essential to help us continue to bring unique experiences to all groups and demographics. As you finalize your budget for fiscal year 2021, the Arts Council and its Board of Directors ask you to reconsider our request for help with $25,000. Every single dollar you allocate to the Arts Council will help us continue to inspire, enrich, and deepen our community's understanding of ourselves and each other. I and my fellow board members of the Arts Council of Wayne County believe that now, more than ever, the Arts Council is a conduit through which art can enrich the lives of our citizens and all who visit Wayne County. The Arts Council has exciting projects coming up that will encourage the creation of thoughtful art and engage our diverse community, including those in our military who may be looking for a sense of belonging and an outlet for artistic expression. We look forward to continuing to create meaningful partnerships across the county that will enhance our city's quality of life and attract visitors from outside our county, both individuals and new businesses. Thank you for your time and your consideration for our request. I'll turn it back over to Georgia.
Thank you, Diane. I am very familiar with each of you here because I have seen the majority of you at the Arts Council for one event or another. So you know that we are active. You know that we have things going on every week, every weekend, and we appreciate when you have the time to come be a part of what we offer. This past weekend, on First Friday, we had an art exhibit opening of all the studio artists that work upstairs in the private studios at the Arts Council. We had over 75 people come in that night to see that show and to meet those artists. Saturday afternoon, we had a piano recital for a senior, Jalen Barnes, who's graduating this year, or did graduate, and is heading off to college. We hosted a piano recital for him, and we had over 30 people there for that. We wish you could have been there. You would have loved it. He's very talented. We have upcoming events. I have enough for everybody. I'll be glad to hand them out to you. And these are just a few of the things that we have coming up. These are just the ones that we have the materials ready to share with you. 9 sessions of summer camp, Van and Vinyl, which is a partnership with some other organizations in Goldsboro, and we're starting art vendor days every second Saturday to invite new artists, young artists, to come up and be a part of the art scene in Wayne County and hopefully give them an opportunity to share their work when they haven't done so before. But our expenses, like everybody else's, are going up, and then there was COVID. During the last calendar year, our revenues from classes and camps was down 57.9% from the previous year. Revenues from our community engagement and fundraising events was down 62.9%. So like Diane said, every dollar you allocate counts. We will use it for programs and events that will help Goldsboro and Wayne County shine, and it'll be an Arts Council will be a place where people want to be included in what's happening here. So if you can find a resource for that remaining $2,500, we would greatly appreciate it. If you can't, we certainly understand it's a tight year, but we thank you for your support always and for what you do for our city.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
You want to hand those out?
Phyllis Merritt Jennings. Concerned citizen. Good evening. I'm Phyllis Merritt Jennings.
If you want to leave them, you can leave them with the clerk if you want to. She'll get them to us.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Phyllis Merritt James, a resident of Goldsboro. Lived here for 31 years, most recently, and prior to that, 21 years before I went away to college and military spousal obligations. I'm here just to talk about the budget and in light of your city council goals and citizen expectations. I make a comment up on each area. The safe and secure community, I reviewed the budget, and I do thank you all for the efforts and everything everybody's put forth. There is a very important avenue that we need to address as far as budgeting. We have talked in the past about having some psych support for our police department, especially when they're going out and intervening on calls that maybe on a mental base instead of anything else. And we've got monies allocated for some 2022 trucks that maybe some of that money can be diverted to another position that can assist and help with that instead. It's important to kind of balance out the needs of the community as well. So reconsidering some of those purchasing line items would help to defray some of the costs of other things you should invest in. Again, this with the proposed 15% increase in the water and sewer, that would be a hardship for some people. I know when I first lived here, the rate was probably about $20-something, $30-something. It's gone up to 70s. I've got some elderly people in my community. $70 is a lot. That's a cost of medicine. That's a cost of going to the office to see their provider, which is a copay visit, and food insecurity. So it's very important to consider that and maybe divert other things. I know that I did not see a lot of line item investment in solar that maybe can detract some of the costs that we're paying in lights and utilities. That's something else that could be explored. Grants are other things that we could look at. Again, with strong and diverse economy, again, keeping everything focused on bringing new people and new businesses into Goldsboro, North Carolina. I work all over Eastern North Carolina, and one county that's a neighboring county is getting all of these other companies coming in and bringing more businesses, more jobs, and we really need to focus on that as well to, one, increase the baseline pay that a lot of our people in our community are having, as well as opportunities for those people as well. Quality of life. We need infrastructure. I did not see a lot budgeted for repair of a lot of streets. I know in my neighborhood, since I've been there about 31 years, the streets have maybe been repaved once or twice or have some subpar grading to fix things. But supporting that, having healthier communities, one thing that you do with that, more walking paths. I saw an impetus to get more streets and sidewalks in certain areas, but it did not connect a lot of places in the city. Royal Avenue is a main thoroughfare that could connect you from downtown all the way to Berkeley Boulevard. So that would allow a safe walking path for children that's coming from the projects or the housing or anywhere else, and families to be able to have good, healthy avenue to get to where they need to go. Some people don't always have the ability to get on the bus or, do that $5 or $15 share ride. So again, getting out and having that budgeted and reallocated. Again, if we can move some other line items to help with those things, support infrastructure, decrease the amount that we're charging or potentially be charging for our water and sewer, and look at other ways and avenues to pay for that. And again, consider our children. I can echo Boys and Girls Club, just a total fan of that. My children went through that program. I volunteered and supported with that. I'm a graduate of UNC Chapel Hill twice over, and ECU, and I thank God for that because they supported my children along with my husband and I, so we continue to do that and do school and everything else while they were in a safe, nurturing environment. So anything that you can do with your budget and consideration to continue to support our students, make equitable involvement in contracts for people that are black and brown as well, that can help to support small business as well, that we can do and move this county forward. Thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. You made a reference to trucks. Were you referring to what type of trucks? You spoke earlier about trucks.
The trucks.
You talking about police or fire? Or?
No, it was police.
Police,
It was
okay.
police and
Yeah.
fire. They were looking for, there's
You said
like
fire
10.
as well?
Yeah, fire
Okay.
had one,
Okay,
and
well,
that's police.
I'm just gonna speak on that. I was a fireman with Goldsboro for 19 years. We currently have a truck that was on the budget that when I retired in 2018 was 10 years out of date. And being that that's a first response piece of equipment, I think it's imperative that we do have a fire truck. That I grew up in the behind Station 2, North Drive community. and never worked at that station, but being at that truck were to fail, I guess I'm biased because I was and I teach public safety now, but that is just as essential as any other, a fire truck, an ambulance, something that could save a life in a split second. I don't think that money needs to come from that avenue. So that's why I was trying to clarify. Were you talking about pickup trucks or fire trucks?
No, I'm talking about pickup trucks,
Okay,
not fire
okay,
trucks.
okay.
I'm talking about personal.
Okay.
Believe me,
I agree
I
with you on that.
support our EMS, our fire, because they're the first ones to respond to my patients.
Yes, ma'am.
So your equipment definitely needs to be
Okay.
there, but I'm talking about the personal
okay. I got it.
ones that everybody's kind of driving and
Just
getting to
driving.
the
I
scene,
got you. Yes, ma'am.
okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Martin, we got oh, she's leaving, okay. Come on in, Mr. Martin.
Paul Martin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Wants versus needs. That was a subject that came up a few years ago when we were discussing budgets. And I remember there being a very spirited discussion about that. And one of the things that was argued was we're spending money on wants rather than needs. And so that's my concern when I take a look at this budget. My concern is that since 2015, City Council has been on a spending spree. And we can see that in the results that has been reported by our financial manager. And what City Council has been doing is funding a wish list of wants rather than basic infrastructure needs. And you've been doing it for several years. And it's now coming to hit us, is that that's what we need to do and what we should have been doing. Some of those examples of some of these wants. Paramount Theater. When we look at it, we're still continuing to fund it. We're still losing lots of money. City does not need to be in the entertainment business running a theater. But we're continuing to fund that and to have it and incur those expenses. The Event Center, another entity where we have wants rather than needs. And we bought a country club that was dilapidated. We put a whole bunch of money in that building and refurbishing it with the hopes that we're going to be able to get revenue coming in for events. At the same time, we're giving away valuable property up on Wayne Memorial Highway to the county, and the county is building a convention center. A convention center that basically is taking a lot of the business that City Council felt that they would be able to get by having an event center. Soccer complex, or rather, let me correct that, multi-sports complex. Ton of money we spent on that one. And that's a situation where it's on leased land, and we've got a lease to use the land for a certain period of time, and we have invested millions of dollars in a project where we basically built it in hopes that people are going to come and play soccer and other sports. We'll be able to rent that out. And how many events have we had in the 2+ years that we have had it there? It's a money loser. A money loser that we still have to pay for. We still got staff out there that has to maintain it. I was looking at that budget this evening. I think there's a request for $39,000 in an equipment spraying machine that's going to be shared between the golf course and the multi-sports complex. Both of them are money losers. And another one is, what was the Commons, a park that we had that was at the corner of Center and Chestnut. The city saw an opportunity to be able to get some funds, some government funds, and build an area where we could hold outdoor events. And what we did was, we took advantage of that grant. That grant that ended up costing the city over $1 million because there was a 20% match to the money that the government was giving us. And what we did was we tore down an existing park in order to build one solely to have a stage to hold events in the downtown section of the city. To me, not a good idea of a way to spend money when you've got infrastructure that is deteriorating. That's also the reason why we got hit with a $4.50 fee for the storm drainage system, which to me is infrastructure, and we tack it on to a water bill. It should be a tax. Shouldn't be a fee. And it's also something that I think property owners should be more so responsible for paying, as opposed to people who are paying for water and sewer. The golf course, another one of those ones. We've been losing millions of dollars since we acquired the golf course, and we're continuing to lose money on it. And numbers are being juggled on that golf course. When I was serving on the Parks and Recreation Committee, Advisory Committee, I saw it happening. I brought it to the attention of the Parks and Recreation Director. I brought it to the attention of the then city manager, both of whom are gone now. And when we had a new city manager and a new finance manager, I also brought it to their attention that what basically the golf course said is, well, we're going to cut expenses after making a presentation to show how much money we were losing. And what happened is the people who were working at the golf course, from a budget standpoint, their numbers were reduced. At the same time, the numbers on park and recreation were increasing. And if you look at the amount that has been spent and budgeted for parks and recreation, as the expenses declined on the golf course, the expenses of parks and recreation increased. So in essence, what actually happened was not a reduction in the expenses, which the golf course said they were going to do. They just reshuffled them away to make it look as if they weren't losing as much money. And they're still losing money and still asking for more. And if you just look at it, it's impossible to run a golf course with the number of people that they have allotted to them in the budget. It is not possible. So what they're doing is using the staff from Parks and Recreation to run a golf course and cover those losses. So another thing about that golf course, the membership of it. We get information that's saying that they've made money, I think, the last 2 years. But there's no information on how many people play golf. How many members do they have? When I did a study on the golf course membership, I found that 70% of the members on the golf course are not city residents. These are people who live outside the city. And they have a very strong golf committee, advisory committee. And what this golf committee it requests and demands, they get. There's a way that we find to fund that. But what is happening in reality is the tax-paying citizens of Goldsboro are funding the leisure golf playing, where 70%, and this was when I did that study, of those members do not pay city property taxes. So looking at some of the speech that went on this morning or earlier today, I saw, and it's something that really stuck with me. We need to focus on restoring our fund balance, building back up our treasury so that we have funds when we go into trying times like this that we're dealing with right now, when we don't have those funds. And It's going to be difficult to do, restoring those funds, if we are going to continue to do what we have done, and that is prioritizing our wants over our needs. We need to maintain and improve our decaying water, sewer, storm water damage infrastructure. No way to get around it. If we do, we're going to end up with no water and no sewage. We got to bite the bullet. My wife and I, we're blessed. We're homeowners, and that 3% increase, I've calculated, will cost us about $90 a year, which is less than $10 or about $10 a month. It's something that we can handle, but I know that there are others out here who own property who cannot handle it, who will have difficulties handling that. Difficulties handling that, and also a 15% increase on our water bills. So my thinking is maybe we should look to go higher than 3 cents, 4 cents. Let's get a start on at least trying to restore our fund balance. So that's just something that, you know, has come to my mind. I also went back and looked over the past 7 years to see how much of a tax increase have we paid. $0. $0. Why hasn't City Council asked for a tax increase in the past? I find it inexcusable when I hear, well, it didn't really come to our attention until a year ago. As City Council members, and some of you have been there since 2015, you should have known. They were telling me to it, these department heads. I know I heard utilities saying it, that we need it. We need more money. And in terms of the fire equipment, I was looking at that this year. Here we are denying the funding of essential fire equipment, but we're going to fund the golf course hiring more people. And I heard the report which the director gave at the golf course. And one of the things he said is there has been an increase in people playing golf during this pandemic COVID virus situation. And that comes about because there were a lot of people who weren't working. They had this extra time on their hands and they were able to go play golf. Well, guess what? They're going to go back to work. So the revenue that they think they're going to get and the additional golf carts that they want for this additional revenue that they're thinking they're getting, I don't think it's going to happen, just based on past experience and on golf courses in general. They're money losers. And I think it is time for City Council to take some active actions to start cutting these expenses that we have to pay, we taxpayers, on these wants as opposed to these needs. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening.
Hey.
Good evening. I'm here for the elderly and people who on fixed incomes. The water bill, approximately 6 months ago, was raised to 17.5%. How I know, because mine went from 60 to 75. Some months depending on the days of the month. And now the city of Goldsboro is talking about raising it 15%. Have y'all thought about the elderly?
stand out there at Piggly Wiggly when the bill time comes and hear some of the comments from them. See, I care. I was brought up to care. And I sit back long enough, go to anywhere and where they pay bills and see what they're saying, even when they come out of this water bill place. I'm shaking their hands, some people, saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. And y'all got the audacity to raise this water bill to 15% when it haven't been a year. Elderly people, they work hard all their lives. The sweat of their brows, y'all, they work hard all their lives. My mother, my father, paying taxes. They ain't just started paying taxes, they've been paying taxes. They were paying taxes when I went to East End School for 6 months, elementary. Some of y'all might not remember East End School. But East End School was ran down. It was a school ran down. Nobody was breaking their necks to fix East End School. I went there for 6 years. And after I graduated from East End School, it was closed. Y'all don't forget who put you in them seats. Because the same people that put you in those seats, they're watching you. These here are petitions. I didn't bring my glasses. But what this is saying, this is for my record. Because it's coming back up again. Don't do like the county commissioner did last Tuesday. Because after we spoke, they immediately went in a meeting when they sitting there trying to compare their salary with the elderly. You can't compare their salary with the elderly. And I told them that. They don't make what you getting. Don't you care? Some of them even food stamps done got cut. Getting $15, $5 for food stamps. And then you sit down here and you take 15% more of water bill from them. Y'all gonna help feed them? Y'all need to think more about your elderly instead of about yourselves. And Mr. Martin broke that down so good. I didn't know all that about no event centers and golf courts. If y'all can sit up there and put one in event center and golf course, you sure can remember your elderly and people who want a fixed income. And that's facts. And as I was saying, don't be quick to do what the county commissioner did. After we left, they went into a vote after saying it would take them 10 days to go back to recess to vote on it. They had right and went in and vote. They would not be forgotten. Sunday had some people going out with petitions. They ready, y'all. They said they tired. Enough is enough. They are sick and tired of taxes. They're sick and tired of water bill being increased, light bill being increased. They tired, y'all. I warn you, they are tired. Who listening? Who are listening? Who are listening? It was a lot of the elderly people that put y'all in them seats. And then you got the dust that had these closed-in backdoor meetings. Already done made up your mind what you gonna do. I'm asking you, think about your elderly and the people who on fixed income, the pandemic, people who still out there struggling. See, I remember a lot of stuff, y'all. See, when my mother and my father were working hard, I remember going down Highway 7 to West, to Raleigh. There was a sign saying KKK country, and they were paying taxes. I remember downtown, 7th Street, Diana shop, Covered Fountain, White Fountain. And my mother them working hard. She went to J.P. Taylor Factory, y'all. Some of y'all know about it. I remember going in them stores and couldn't even try and close, but they were paying taxes. Y'all think about your elderly. It's time to put them in front instead of golf court, where your funding going. Think about your elderly. And please don't do what the Wayne County Commissioner did, because they will be remembered. They will be. I told them they cannot compare their salaries. They sit up there acting like they care so much about the elderly. Sit up there like they care so much, but God knows the heart. Don't do what they did, because they showed what they cared about. They showed it. They showed it. The harvest is plenteous, but the labors are few. Y'all do better. Because these here, they legit. They legit. over 150, about 150 seniors too, in one day, in District 3 majority. They had time to go to them other districts. Y'all remember them, Evelyn, because they're going to show remember y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes.
Thank you, Ms. Janice.
I said,
Oh, you're welcome.
I said, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good evening. Dr. David Craig, 509 Shelley Drive, Goldsboro, North Carolina, 27534. Ma'am, she's gone, but I heard her cry. I heard her. This is a situation where by Mr. Morton laid things out pretty clear. I've been looking at city council meetings, and there's been moments where the truth hits some of us, but we don't want to say it because we don't want to be described as being, what's the word? We don't want to be described as being, combative. A couple of city council meetings ago, I heard Councilman Polak, you said, wow, it seems like they were kicking the can down the road. But you stopped yourself, but I get you. You're right. They kicked the can down the road. And who are they that kicked the can down the road? Councilmember Hiawatha Jones, you are not here. Councilmember Taj Polak, you are not here. Councilmember Randy Matthews, you are not here. Who are here? I'll tell you who was here. Chuck Allen was here. Bill Broadway was here. David Ham was here. Councilman Aycock was here. They saw what was happening, but they had a vision of the city that did not take into consideration the full needs of the citizenry. A couple of years ago, I laid out a plan for the city to advance financially. It fell on deaf ears. I began to ask people, why don't they listen? People said, they're not going to give you no airtime, man. I said, what? What do you mean? Some people said my skin wasn't the right color. Some people said, you the wrong type of black. You talk up. You tell the truth. Well, I'm here to say this right here. It don't matter about me. Because see, Dr. Craig is going to be okay, Councilmember Broadway. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. I got mine. But what about the average person? What about the person that's still struggling? I want to say a note on financial responsibility. So, I have a copy of this letter that was sent to the Honorable Chuck Allen, Mayor, as well as the City Council members. And it says this in the paragraph, it says, in the general fund, the percentage of fund balance available for appropriation relative to expenditures has declined over the last 3 years to its current level of 11.34%. I want to ask the question, do we know what the current fund balance is as of today? Is it below the standard or the minimum 8% level? Do we know? Council members, you ought to know. Can anybody tell me? One of the, two of the suggestions that it says in this letter is, please respond in writing within 45 days, basically with a plan to correct the city's fund balance or to give an explanation as to why the current level is sufficient. I propose that any approved budget ought to coincide with an approval letter or a plan to increase the city's fund balance. I think that's legitimate. If you're going to approve a budget, at least have a cohesive plan in place to increase the city's fund balance. Or if not, then, as the letter requested, then explain why it's not necessary. And that ought to be joined with the budget. And then council members ought to have to vote on it. Let's be real. Some of what's been going on is people have been able to do what they want to do without much accountability. Well, a couple of years ago I said, I think that things are going to change. And it is going to change. Perhaps I might not be here with you to see it, but things will change. I'm just so happy that the citizens of Goldsboro are now coming to their feet. Now, thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Y'all be blessed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else speak on the budget?
Good evening. Thomas Rice, MLFL. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, sir. Councilman. I'm here today to speak on something that I have always said is needed here. With the talk about the new fire trucks and the new trucks and all this stuff, which that is needed. But one of the main things that we need to do is help our fellow person. And when I say our fellow person, I'm speaking of the homeless person. A lot of things have come about, but it seems like the homeless person is always overlooked. But we here at MLFL have put a proposal together that we are going to, with the help, with God's help, and hope we get help from the city, we're going to PUD. We're going to bring tiny houses here to Goldsboro to house our homeless people. And I want the city and any other entities around here to pitch in with us to help us to make this a reality. And we're going to do it in an area that I guess is not well liked in the city. It's on the south end of Slogan Street, which is in a black community and everything, but that really doesn't matter, because even things can be cleaned up. Even I can clean up. So we're gonna do this down there and bring some life to Goldsboro. We're not just gonna house these people. We're gonna train them. We're gonna get them ready to go to work. We're gonna have job places to put them on job. We're gonna offer different aspects, because it's in the plan of action for the city. It said the homeless bring a lot of different things, so they need work in a lot of areas, and we plan to cover them areas, as far as mental health, substance abuse, and all. We're gonna work with them. We're gonna have a place for mothers with children who are maybe sleeping in their cars, sleeping in motels, but they can be in a nice place where they can teach the child, and everybody get it a more comfortable living, and the kid can go to school and not worry about whether I'm going to eat, or whether I had clean clothes like the other one did to come to school, or whether my mother is left out there and what's going to happen to them. So I stand before y'all today to ask y'all to team up with us at MLFL and the other ones that we have helping us, the other organizations, and let's work together to bring this to reality. I know down in Wilmington they have the Eden Village, which there is a tiny home that's built right in the projects, home subdivision, and it's right across the street from the airport, where there's the noise decibel there. But where our property is by the back gate of the base on South Slogan Street, we plan to build these houses, these homes, to the specs that's required by the North Carolina Building Code and to be under that noise decibel level. But most of all, we plan to build some better lives and better ways for the city of Goldsboro. So we're here to ask y'all to pitch in to help us. I thank you for your time, and y'all have a good day.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak about the budget? About the budget? There be none. We'll close this session for the budget comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Ham, I just want to make a comment earlier that one of the speakers said she had a petition with a bunch of signatures on it.
Yes.
The petition within and of itself is not admissible evidence during this. I just want to remind the council members of the fact that stated there's 150 signatures or something on it. It's not something that can be considered.
I was prepared to speak to that or refer them to you, but that didn't come to that point. So
I waited till everybody was finished speaking before I was going to bring up any issues that might have been something that couldn't be considered.
Sure, understand.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
Were those petitions submitted? Because that
They didn't hand them in. If she'd handed them in, we
she
couldn't.
didn't?
No.
Okay. I know my district was the district that was mentioned, and I kind of wanted to go door to door and see, validate some of these petitions.
And that's not something that you can do on your own either.
Okay.
Okay.
Glad you told me that.
The public hearings for the purpose the evidence be brought here to y'all.
Okay.
And presented to y'all. You can't do your own independent investigation of it
Gotcha.
outside of this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next item on the agenda is a public hearing for the 21-22 annual action plan and recommended budget for community relations.
Good evening.
Ms. Williams?
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, wait just a second. We got some people departing there. Okay, go ahead.
City Council action is needed to accept an increase in the fiscal year 21-22 allocation of funds by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development from the Community Development Block Grant and American Rescue Plan. In addition, City Council must approve the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan and budget recommendations in preparation for HUD's new submission deadline of June 16, 2021. May 3rd, City Council approved the annual action plan. Subsequently, on May 13th, HUD awarded an additional amount of $5,142 to the CDBG allocation, bringing the total amount to $354,122. Sorry, we're looking at so many numbers. HUD also awarded $907,913 in home funds specifically tied to the American Rescue Plan. I just want to say that the American Rescue Plan money is not the same money that you all were discussing in your work session. Okay, so this money was specifically funneled down through HUD, and it's specifically for homelessness prevention and homelessness service. In order to adhere to the city citizen participation plan and while operating under HUD's waiver to reduce the required public comment, public was notified of the additional funds and a 3-day comment period was held June 4th through June 6th. And then on tonight, we're having a public hearing on the additional allocation of funds. And I will call Miss Leah Henry up again from Two Rivers Development. And she will speak about the additional allocation as they are in the budget.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As Ms. Felicia said, we are required to do this again
because HUD allocated some additional monies. And I just wanted to briefly go over how this all works, which is essentially that you as a city have a citizen participation plan that you have approved that requires that if there are substantial changes to the dollar amounts you're going to receive from HUD or the uses, then you must bring it back before the public. And so in this case, the approximately $5,000 of additional CDBG in itself would not have required an additional public hearing. But of course, the $907,000 of American Rescue Plan through HUD does require an additional public hearing, a revised annual action plan approved by you and submitted to HUD. And so that's why we're here today. And so Felicia covered most of the relevant issues. I will just say that the changes that you will see in your memo in the dollar amounts reflect that of the $5,142 of additional CDBG, that slightly increased the public services, which is a flat 15% of the total grant amount. It slightly increased the administration portion, which is 20% of that grant. And then the remainder, which was about $3,000, we put into, it's a good thing I know what that says, we put into housing rehab. An additional change you will see is that in the previous memo, we combined under urgent repair approximately $50,000 of CDBG with an anticipated $100,000 of urgent repair. Upon further reflection and review of some regulations, we decided to clarify that the approximately, I think, $53,000 under homeowner rehabilitation will run kind of concurrently with $100,000 of urgent repair. HUD doesn't want those two sources of funds to be put, say, in the same house, but they can be used for the same purpose. And so it will give you altogether approximately $153,000 to do urgent homeowner repairs. However, $53,000 will be labeled homeowner rehabilitation to clarify that it's not part of the urgent repair program. So that was one of the biggest changes that we made there. And then you will see under American Rescue Plan, there's $907,000 of additional funds, as Felicia said, that are required to be used for homeless mitigation, homeless services, or affordable housing that's specifically targeted towards the homeless population or the nearly homeless population. And a peculiar difference, those home funds, you can use up to 15% instead of the normal 10% that is allowed for administration. So I think that's, if you don't have any questions about the changes, those are all the changes that we made in the budget and the plan for use. And at this time, what we need to do is have a public hearing so that the public can comment on these new funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone in the audience that wants to speak on the annual action plan? There being none, Ms. Williams?
So by motion, I ask City Council to accept the increased fiscal year 2021 allocation of funds by HUD from the CDBG program and allocation of home funds through the American Rescue Plan. And to number 1, approve the fiscal year 2021 annual action plan and budget recommendations presented during tonight's regular City Council meeting of June 7, 2021 in preparation for HUD's new submission deadline of June 16, 2021. And number 2, authorize Mayor Pro Tem and staff to execute and file the annual action plan along with the required certifications, the SF 424, and grant agreements that are required to receive CDBG and ARP funding for and on behalf of the City of Goldsboro, and to make necessary changes to those documents where required by HUD.
Let me stand there and make sure I get this right now. We have two motions here. One is to approve the 2021 annual action plan. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think it's the 21-22.
I'm sorry, 21-22. I'm sorry. 21-22. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor of approval, raise your hand, please. Okay, it's unanimous. The second motion is for the Mayor Pro Tem to sign and file, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Sign and file the approved 21-22 annual action plan,
Along with certification so that we can in grant agreement so that we can receive
along with
funding.
the certifications and the other documents
Yes,
required.
sir. Yes.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've had public hearings. Now we go to public comment period. Those that wish to speak, public comment, you have 3 minutes. Please come forward, and I hope everyone that wants to speak is familiar with our public comment policy. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I am here tonight because it has been brought to my attention by some people in the community that they continue to make calls to their city council people and they never get a return call. So we are here tonight to ask you, when you get calls from the people that live in your district, would you please call those people back? Now, I have names of people that have been calling, saying they have been calling and calling and calling, and the councilman and councilwoman does not return their calls. I will not call names at this meeting. But if things does not get better, I will come back and name the people. The other thing that I have been told was that some of the elderly people have been told that they have to be charged for limbs and leaves that are picked up in their yard. I want to know an answer so that I can get back with those people and let them know if that is true. The third thing is that I went to the Wayne County Museum to ask if we could have a program there and use their boardroom. And I was questioned, which I didn't mind, to tell them why we wanted to have a program there. And I was told by the director that she did not think that the board would approve us using that building because of what we wanted to have it for. We wanted to have it to make the people aware of the Charles B. Aycock name change from Charles B. Aycock High School to another name. When I questioned where their funds came from, I was told that the county and the city basically fund that museum. That is discrimination, that a citizen cannot have something in that building as long as it does not cause a riot, a race, or whatever. I would appreciate it very much if you all would look into that, because I do not think that is fair to the city and to the citizens. We did have our event last Thursday night, and we had it at the Wayne County Public Library. But for us to be told when our tax money is supporting that, it is discrimination. Thank you.
Ma'am, could I just answer a couple of points there? First of all, I don't know the circumstances of the leaves, the charge being, someone being told there will be a charge to pick up leaves, but under normal circumstances, we don't charge to pick up leaves. Now, if there's some material in those leaves that prevent it from being picked up, they might not be picked up, but under no circumstances would you be charged for it, I don't believe. As for the museum, we do contribute some money to the museum, but the museum is strictly under the supervision and run by the county. We don't employ anyone there. We have no say-so in how they run the, now, say-so and understanding and agreeing with that policy or that statement, we would certainly be opposed to that. But we do not have any authority, so to speak, over the Wayne County Museum.
I just want to say that if you all are giving money to something like that, you do have some authority.
Well, we have some opportunity to speak to, absolutely, I agree with you. But on a day-to-day operation basis, we do not. It's a matter that you should take up with the county.
Thank you.
Ms. Bones,
Yes, sir.
before you leave, about 2 weeks ago, I had to pay myself anything over 3-inch diameter as far as a limb. You do have to pay. I know that was a problem because I had made some calls and they said anything over that. Reference to the phone, I personally, Ms. Laura, got new business cards for me. I have a new number as of the last month. But a lot of people, if they text, I don't know if these individuals, and I don't know who you're referring to, but if they call but they don't leave a message, they call and they don't leave a text, that's for me the best document or artifact to contact people, because I have a lot of people that text me. I put my personal cell phone on my cards this time because being I just got out of school with the kids, a lot of calls I get, a lot of them are 910, so I don't think those were local people. But anytime I'm in the classroom, we have a no cell phone policy. So if I don't address, but I do, anybody that's hearing my voice now, if you call me, please send me a text if you have a cell phone. I know you can't text from a landline, but that's what I beseech everyone that is trying. If they ever contact me, I'm normally Johnny on the spot with a lot of people in my district, even outside of my district, that have issues. And planning can tell you, because I call them all the time, addressing concerns of people within my district. So I just want to let you know and the public that I do have a new business card with my personal, and I recommend if it's any of my constituents, if you have a cell phone, text me, please. Because if I see a number, a lot of stuff automatically comes up, potential spam on phones nowadays, and I didn't program that as a contact. But that's what I just asked the people in my district if they've had any concerns calling me.
I answered the phone, you call me.
I know, because I'm the type of person, if I call you, you don't answer me, I'll go to your house.
I know you
and
will.
sit in
That's
the
why
driveway and wait for you.
That's why I
I
answered
wouldn't
the
call you if
phone.
I didn't need you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes.
Okay, does anyone else speak?
Let's see. Financial audit. Back before the last city council election, I think in 2019, city council voted to have a forensic audit done. And the forensic audit request was made because some issues were beginning to come to light about the financial records. And I noted also a few months subsequent to after the election, City Council, after hearing what was involved in a forensic audit, decided not to have the forensic audit. And I noted in this audit report that we finally got a couple of things. They found multiple errors needing correction, areas of internal control weaknesses. That we were not looking for fraudulent activities. These are things that was reported in their findings. And after hearing and seeing some of these things, I recall when the new finance manager came on board, she pointed out that there were some wash accounts that she discovered. Wash accounts. So it's like, what is a wash account? And later I heard that what was behind that was apparently someone was taking checks that were made payable to the city and cashing them at the bank. So that to me certainly sounds unethical, immoral, and perhaps illegal. So I think there is still the need, especially after reading that report, to look a little further and see what went on in those past 4 to 5 years. of budgeting. And I again request, as I did back in 2019 and 2020, that a forensic audit be conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Craig again. I'm coming to you today on behalf of the Goldsboro Wayne Racial and Ethnic Disparities Disproportionate Minority Contact Initiative. I prepared a little booklet to give to each of the council members as well as the city manager about the work that we're engaged in. So the policy suggestions contained in the document come directly from the executive summary of the North Carolina Task Force for Racial Equity in Criminal Justice's 2020 report. However, to contextualize the task force work as well as the work of the Goldsboro Wayne REDDMC Reduction Initiative, the first pages begins with an excerpted sections from the Task Force full report to give it a context. And my earnest prayer is that the people of Goldsboro, Wayne County, and our elected officials are able to begin a much-needed dialogue concerning race and the criminal justice system, and not simply use the language of diversity and inclusiveness as a matter of political exercise. I also would like to congratulate Council Member Brandy Matthews for being elected as Vice Chair as well. We have one more Vice Chair position to fill, and we should be moving forward with our work. And if you have any questions, I will answer them now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else to speak? Anyone else? If there's no one else to speak, we'll close this public comment period at this time. Next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have items E through I on the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Would be E through H.
We added I.
Oh, you
I added
moved
I.
that down? Okay, all right.
Move to approve items E through I.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, please call the roll.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem Hammond, I don't think these items were actually presented earlier. That's a concern. They're on the agenda. They weren't presented. They were, the consent agenda items all presented?
Yeah, they were all presented earlier.
Okay, sorry, I apologize.
We added item I.
The budget threw me off, I guess, so
Okay.
you're fine, just be a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Ham,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Yes.
Councilmember Broadway,
Yes.
Councilmember Polet.
Yes.
Councilmember Matthews.
No.
Okay. Consent agenda is approved. Next item is items requiring individual action, and we have 4 items. And all 4 of these items will require a majority vote.
No, sir.
Excuse me.
All these items are going to require a unanimous vote of all 5 of you because it required a supermajority anyway, so it required
Okay.
5 out of 7. So each one of these will require 5.
Each one.
Yes, sir.
That's what I think I was trying to say.
Yeah.
I don't know if I made it clear or not.
You said majority, but it requires a supermajority, so it's going to require
Okay.
all 5.
All righty. Requires 5 votes to pass. How's that? Okay, first one is amending a special revenue fund ordinance for finance.
My last item for the evening is to amend the police other restricted revenue funds. On June 17th, 2019, the council approved the creation of a special revenue fund for the police department to create more transparency in the collection and disbursement of funds received from such things like special court allocations, storage fees, fundraisers, donations, sale of found property, and other restricted revenue sources for the police department. Currently, the police department has received $11,000 in various donations from the Walmart Community Grant. the law enforcement calendar fundraiser, and several private citizens have donated money. Also, we have received $1,646 in proceeds from the sale of found guns and property through the propertyroom.com, and $22 in investment interest that has accumulated since the last time I presented a budget amendment on this special revenue fund. Tonight, we are asking that council, by motion, adopt the attached project budget ordinance amendment for the police other restricted revenue funds in the amount of $12,668.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered, amending a special revenue fund ordinance as just stated by Ms. Gwynn?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Ms.
All
Wayne,
in favor?
I have some discussion.
I'm sorry.
With the special revenue fund, what can that money be used for?
So, as noted in the ordinance, the police department generally uses these for supplies, and that is controlled by Chief West. And so he can expend monies out of those line items, and they should be for the purpose stated. So if it is for the law and Leo, or if it's for property room, the one very specific item is the last one, law enforcement supplies, property room found other. That one has to go to the school system. That is law, so that anything that we collect from the sale of that found property, now found guns, that has to go back to the police department, and they use that to spend. So it could be on ammunition or other supplies that they use for law enforcement, but this is especially just for law enforcement.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, please. All opposed? Super majority.
Thank you.
All five. Item J, Z 421 Faith Christian Academy.
Good evening, Council.
Okay.
Item J is Z421 Faith Christian Academy. The property is located on the south side of US 70 Highway West between Hargrove Street and US 117 Highway. The subject properties are adjacent to a larger tract owned by the applicant, currently zoned office and institutional. The subject properties are associated with the operation of a private school and church. The private school is known as Faith Christian Academy, and the church is known as Faith Free Will Baptist. The applicant's requesting a change of zone for 3 parcels of property from general business to office and institutional for the construction of a multi-purpose soccer field. If the change of zone is approved, city staff will require a recombination of the individual properties into one parcel, as well as a site plan approval for the proposed multi-purpose soccer field before construction permits are issued. The subject properties were previously used for pre-K classroom facilities, playgrounds, student loading, unloading zones, and staff parking. The existing facilities were relocated to the rear of the site, and now the subject properties are clear and vacant. To the north, let's see, as far as existing zoning, to the north you have general business, to the south office and institutional, to the east general business, and to the west office and institutional. The city's comprehensive land use plan recommends commercial development. Proposed zoning for the property is compatible with the principal use and adjacent properties in the area. At the public hearing held on May 17th, no one appeared to speak for or against this request, and the Planning Commission at their meeting held on May 24th recommended approval for the requested change of zone of the subject property from general business to office and institutional. Although not consistent with the city's comprehensive land use plan, the proposed rezoning and use is compatible with the principal use and the majority of the adjacent properties within the surrounding area. It is recommended by motion accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission and find the proposed zoning amendment inconsistent with the city's adopted comprehensive land use plan, however indicating that proposed use is compatible with adjacent uses. Find the proposed zoning amendment is reasonable and in the public interest because it supports the principal uses as a church and private school as permitted in the office and institutional zoning district, and adopt an ordinance changing the zoning of the property from general business to office and institutional.
Do I have a motion to approve item Z421, Faith Christian Academy?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, please. All opposed, there are none. Motion passed. Item K, Unified Development Ordinance Update.
As Mayor Pro Tem indicated, item K is the Unified Development Ordinance Update. I have obviously presented this to you guys many times. And if you recall, in 2019, the North Carolina General Assembly adopted a complete reorganization of the state's planning and development regulation statutes, and it was named Chapter 160D. To conform to this new regulatory and statutory framework, every city and county development regulation in the state of North Carolina must update his or her ordinances by July 1. The main purpose of the update is to focus on the reorganization mandated by Chapter 160D as reflected within our current UDO in Article 2 approvals. However, the update also included necessary revisions of the following articles within the existing UDO. That was Article 5 under zoning as it relates to general setbacks, height and area standards, table permitted uses, supplemental use regulations, and the Historic Preservation Overlay District. Article 6, supplemental design standards as it related to parking standards. Article 8, administrative agencies, and that was to ensure that all boards and commissions reflect the recent update of the city's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 32, and then Article 9, definitions to reflect changes in update terminology used within the ordinance. At the public hearing held on May 17th, no one appeared to speak for or against the proposed ordinance amendments, and the Planning Commission at their meeting held on May 24th recommended approval of amending the UDO to reflect the Chapter 160D reorganization as adopted by the North Carolina General Assembly and presented by staff. It is recommended by motion accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission and adopt an ordinance amending the city's Unified Development Ordinance to reflect the Chapter 160D reorganization. And I can kind of go back over some of those changes in more detail if you see fit.
Does anyone?
What was the first section you mentioned? You talking about height, or I'm trying to. What was
So
it?
Article 2 is the approvals, and that basically is going over our approval process. And if you recall, we had three review processes, and that was administrative, legislative, and then quasi-judicial. So the main part that changed in Article 2 was just those processes, where now site plan and subdivisions will be done at an administrative level.
That's right.
And then your rezonings and stuff will be you would see them as you do today, except it's legislative. And then our conditional use permits, as I refer to as conditional use permits today, will change to special use permits, and that's quasi-judicial, and that will stay the same as. It's just some terminology and who can approve and can't approve now will all be kind of the same across county and city municipalities.
And the signage that's there, the red signs, I mean, that'll
All
still
of
be
that stays the same.
the
It's
same.
in, we will just have to change. You'll see the ones that say conditional use permit, we will have to call them special use permits. But as far as our supplemental regulations, permitted uses table, if you look in our at our permitted uses table today, you'll see a C where it says conditional use permit. We had to change it to an S.
Gotcha.
We do have two tiers. There's a 1, and that is, if you see an S1, that's considered kind of I consider that as a major special use permit, which is approved by the Board of Adjustment, and that's basically just home occupation, major home occupations. If you see an S2, that's the typical conditional use permit you see today and would come before City Council. But we would refer to special use permit. But all rezonings, you will, there's two types of rezonings, and that will stay conditional zoning, which is just if it's a specific use, and they would have to require, we require a master or a conceptual master plan that will come before City Council. And then you have just conventional, which is regular, if they didn't have a specific use and just wanted to change the zoning with no specific use in mind. Those will stay the same. Typically, we call them conditional use districts right now. That conditional use district goes away, and it's just conditional zoning, and you're required to have a master plan or a concept plan at the time of rezoning.
Thank
but the site plans would come back before staff, and we can approve it at staff level without having to come back to city council. And that's typically the main, everything else is just reflecting that language, all the new language that is where the counties and the cities are basically on the same thing, and it's uniform across the board.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so I need a motion to approve the the highway, sorry, hold on a second.
UDO, the UDO update.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, Unified Development Ordinance update.
I make a motion to adopt the Unified Development Ordinance update.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. We have 5 votes, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Item L is the adoption of a supplement to the Code of Ordinances of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
This supplement contains all the ordinances of a general nature enacted since the S-44 Code of Ordinances dated May 18th, 2020. And we just ask that you adopt the ordinance enacting this S-45 supplement to the Code of Ordinances.
Now, I have a copy here. Have they been printed already, the changes?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to submit a copy to, or provide a copy to all the council members?
So these are all the ordinances that you guys passed since May 18th of 2020, and I can give you a detailed list of those as well, so you can match them up.
Okay, all right. So there's a motion made to adopt the supplement to the Code of Ordinance of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
I make a motion.
Motion is made. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, please raise your hands. All those in favor? All opposed? None? Those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
City Manager's report.
Yes, sir, I have nothing additional to add. However, do you have a date and time for the next budget review, or do you want to talk to
We discussed
Councilmember
this at
Aycock?
the break, and I believe we came out with 3 o'clock on this coming Thursday.
Thursday at 3 o'clock?
3 p.m.
Okay, I'll make sure staff are available.
And you will put the notice out,
Oh.
public notice, okay? Okay, we have some resolutions here, so I'll first go with resolutions.
He's here. You want me to
Okay,
do
sure.
it here or
Yeah, call it.
at podium?
Yes, sir. Mr. Shackelford?
Bless his heart, he had to stay in uniform this whole time. You're a good man for staying here.
Yes, you are. You're to be commended.
You're to be commended in uniform.
It was interesting.
Resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Thurman Shackelford as an employee of the city of Goldsboro for more than 8 years. Whereas Thurman Shackelford retired on June 1st, 2021 as a fire lieutenant with the Goldsboro Fire Department of the city of Goldsboro with more than 8 years of service. And whereas Thurman began his career on January 23rd, 2013 as a firefighter with the city of Goldsboro Fire Department in the city of Goldsboro. And whereas on June 22nd, 2016, Thurman's position was reclassified as senior firefighter with the Goldsboro Fire Department. And whereas on December 6, 2017, Thurman was promoted to fire engineer with the Goldsboro Fire Department. And whereas on April 22nd, 2020, Thurman was promoted to fire lieutenant with the Goldsboro Fire Department, where he has served until his retirement. And whereas Thurman has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of Goldsboro. And whereas the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro of expressing to Thurman Shackelford their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered to him over the city for years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Thurman our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the city of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after the 7th day of June 2021.
Councilmember Polak, just offer that for adoption.
Yes, sir. Offer this for adoption.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Adopt.
Yeah, she took
She
that.
did.
What do you want on your phone?
I just had a quick sentence.
Sure, take your time.
You guys have a hard job, and a lot of people come up here and say a lot of negative things, and I watch you guys on Facebook every week, and a lot of the negative stuff snowballs, but nobody talks about the positive stuff. So I just wanted to take a moment to talk about the positive stuff that you guys do. That it's just like being at the fire department. You do something bad, it spreads around the whole fire department. You do something good,
Amen.
Nobody knows about it.
Amen.
So it happens up here, but on a bigger level. You guys do something bad, it spreads throughout the entire city, and then by the time it gets to everyone, the story's changed 10 times. What I want to say is, when I wrap this up, is that you guys do an excellent job. You don't have an easy job. There is no right way. There's a couple of ways. There's just not one way to do something. There's always a few ways, and you're not going to please everybody. So I just wanted to say that, and I think you guys are doing an awesome job. I mean, it can always be better, but it can get a lot worse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you did.
I appreciate it.
Can you come back often and say that?
Now, show us your help. I want to see your help. Did they give you that help?
This is the helmet that I've been wearing for 8 years. Well, no, 2 years since I've been a lieutenant.
That's just fantastic.
And when you retire, they give it to you.
They give you help. I'll be doggone.
Every
That's
story
cool.
Mark has a story.
I'll be there. Good deal.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another resolution, Mr. Pollock.
Okay. This resolution is to commemorate Juneteenth. Whereas news of the end of slavery did not reach the frontier areas of the United States, in particular the state of Texas and other southwestern states, until months after the conclusion of the Civil War, more than 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with the news that the Civil War had ended and the enslaved were free. And whereas African Americans who had been slaves in the Southwest celebrated June 19th, commonly known as Juneteenth, as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. And whereas African Americans from the Southwest have continued the tradition of observing Juneteenth for more than 150 years. And whereas Juneteenth began a holiday in the state of Texas and is now celebrated in 46 states and the District of Columbia as a special day of observance in recognition of the emancipation of all slaves in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations have been held in honor to honor African American freedom, history, and heritage while encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures. And whereas slavery was not officially abolished until the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States in December 1865. And whereas the faith and strength of character demonstrated by former slaves and the descendants of former slaves remain an example for all people of the United States, regardless of background, religion, or race. And whereas the city of Goldsboro is committed to promoting diversity, racial, and cultural harmony. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and the city council of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that the city of Goldsboro designates June 19th as Juneteenth in the city of Goldsboro and intends to officially recognize the historical significance of this holiday annually. supports the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth to provide an opportunity for the people of the United States to learn more about the past and to better understand the experiences that have shaped the United States. Recognizes that the observance to the end of slavery is part of the history and heritage of the United States. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the City of Goldsboro and should be in full force and effect from and after this 7th day of June 2021.
Motion to adopt the resolution, please.
Move to adopt.
The second.
Second.
Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, raise your hand, please. Thank you. Motion, the resolution is adopted. City Manager, do we need to go into closed session?
Yes, sir, but you might want to have your comments from individual council members first, and then
I just want to clarify. We'll do some,
for litigation and personnel.
okay, we'll have council comments, and then we'll go into a closed session for litigation and personnel issues. I'll start with you, Ms. Jones.
Yes, I would like to thank each and every one that made public comments tonight. I really can't speak for everyone on the council, but I really do think that we did hear you, and we did listen, and we will do accordingly. I also would like to put a shout out to Just Us, who really helped me in my district a couple of weeks ago. We did a second clean sweep, and if you guys are listening, thank you so much, and continue to help me. I need all the help. And this was a good meeting. Thank you, guys. I'm so pleased to be a part of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Broadway.
I just have one thing. Yesterday was June the 6th. A lot of guys stormed the beach in Omaha, and they stormed that beach for one reason, that we could have the kind of meeting we had tonight, and everybody could speak their mind. And I appreciate all the comments. That's all I have, sir.
I just wanted to, first of all, say thank you for the kind words, Brother Shepard. Sometimes good to hear, have constructive criticism, but like you said, sometimes good to hear positive things also. I wrote this down, and I just want to read it to you. I actually wrote this last week. But my swearing in on December 2nd, 2019 was a long time ago, and I know a lot has happened since then. But as a reminder, when I stated that I am my own man, that still stands true. I may not always agree with everyone's opinion, but as a man, I am very approachable and I am receptive to constructive criticism, but not a fan of individuals who speak in silence, misrepresenting my name. So in the future, I just want to let it be known publicly that it has been brought to my attention that things have been said behind my back, but I want to just solicit constructive criticism and come to me personally. I don't want to hear through the rumor mill things that have been said negatively about my character that are untrue. So I just want to make it be public that as a man, I feel that I'm very approachable and I am receptive to constructive criticism. I want that to be open for any of my constituents, anyone in and outside of my district. On a positive note, I'd like to end by saying congratulations to all the graduates. I want to thank the police department for holding the processional on last week. It was a little longer than they anticipated. I also want to thank the fire department, interim chief and Station 4, Captain Holland and his crew for allowing his crew to be a part of that. So I just wanted to end on that note and wish all the graduates a successful future and everybody be safe. Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Ms. Matthews.
No comment, thank you.
I'll just say one final thing about the budget. I said earlier that this is one of the most important pieces of documents that come to the council members during their term of office, and it happens every year. And it's a process that starts at our department level and works up through the manager and finance director to the council. And this would be my 6th budget year, And I think I speak for my colleagues when I say we take this responsibility very serious. We know that it impacts everybody in this city in one way or another. We also know that not everybody's going to be happy with the end results. But I also believe I speak for my colleagues when I say, when it's all over and done with, we believe that we have done the best that we can do with the resources that we have. And we're not finished yet. We have a meeting scheduled for Thursday, and there'll be another one after that. I'm sure maybe one after that, before it's finished, before the final document comes before the council for approval. So just be assured that we have heard the comments that have been made tonight. Notes have been taken. I'm speaking for myself, and I'm sure I speak for the other members as well. But we will do in our hearts what we believe is the best for the citizens of Goldsboro. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the regular session meeting and a motion to go into closed session for litigation and personnel matters.
Motion to go into closed session for litigation matters.
Is there a second? Second, all in favor? Regular meeting is closed.